I could ask everybody to start heading towards their seats, we're going to get started in just a couple of minutes. If I could ask everyone to take their seats, we're going to get started in just a couple of minutes. What's that? Oh.
I didn't have time to pen in Eric and
All right. Greetings, everybody. Thank you so much for joining this first meeting of the State Water Resources Control Board's second agricultural expert panel. My name's Sam McGill. I'm a facilitator with Sacramento State University. Many thanks to the State Water Board for bringing us on to assist in this exciting effort. Before I jump into a couple of very brief meeting guidelines, I wanted to introduce our one of our interpreters, Reina Rodriguez, who's going to run through instructions for anybody joining us online or in the room in Spanish. Reina.
Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. I'm going to first start with online so that we could get everybody set up. I'm going to give instructions in Spanish and then I will transition to English. Muy buenos días a todos, bienvenidos a la reunión. A través de esta reunión vamos a tener interpretación simultánea a través de la plataforma de Zoom. Si usted se ha unido a la plataforma, favor de seleccionar el icono que aparece un mundo abajo de su pantalla. Después de seleccionar el icono de mundo, se va a seleccionar su lenguaje de preferencia, en este caso va a ser español. No olvide silenciar el audio original. Y estará lista para participar. Pero si usted está usando un celular o una tableta, sus opciones son diferentes. Favor de seleccionar los 3 puntitos que indican more o más opciones. Después de eso, desliza hacia arriba. Selecciona interpretación del lenguaje. seleccione español, silencia el audio original y no olvide oprimir finalizado, done o activar para que se active la función. With that, for our online participants, this will be a multilingual meeting, and we will have simultaneous interpretation throughout the meeting. In order for all of us to be able to hear each other, please select the word like icon at the bottom of the screen. If you are not bilingual in English and Spanish, then select English and you will be good to go. This way, if we do have any comments or questions in Spanish, you will be able to hear the live interpretation happening. Now, for all of us in the room, we also have interpretation happening today. We do have devices on this corner, so if you do have an invite or a guest that you know needs language accessibility throughout the day, please feel free to refer them back to the back table, and we would be happy to support. Sí, vamos a tener interpretación simultánea también aquí en la sala el día de hoy. Así es que si tienen a un invitado o alguien que llegue más adelante en la reunión y deseen escuchar la interpretación al español, favor de dejarles saber que aquí estaremos en la mesa de la esquina, en la parte trasera del cuarto, y estaremos listos para apoyar. Gracias.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Reina, and thank you all for joining today. In particular, our panelists, really, really appreciate you. It's been a long road to get here, but we're excited to jump into it. Very quickly, before I introduce our first speaker, I wanted to run through a couple of meeting guidelines that we have up on the screen here. I won't read through all of them. The main ones are just around electronics courtesy. I would ask if everybody could take out their cell phones and put them on silent right now. That would be wonderful. Really encourage you to take any calls that you might need to throughout the day out in the lobby. You can also find restrooms out the door to the left, I believe. So keep yourself comfortable throughout the day. The meeting's primarily going to be informational, just to make sure that we're all on the same page with the charge of the panel and the content that it's going to be covering in the coming months. So we would just ask you use electronics courtesy. For those joining us virtually, please note that your mute and unmute and your video buttons have been disabled. Once we get to the public comment portions of the agenda, I'll run through the specific guidelines for how to join the public comment queue. I would ask if you are unmuted, please mute yourself once you're finished speaking. I'll give you kind of prompts throughout the day today. Just as a quick reminder, if you're unable to remain on mute, though, you may be asked to leave the virtual feed. As I mentioned, public comment will be held for all items requiring panel approval and during the designated public comment period at the end of the day. I'll speak more to that in a little bit this afternoon once we get to the public comment portions, but the bulk of the time today is really for informational presentations. Taking a look at our agenda in just a moment, I want to welcome our panelists to introduce themselves. We're going to spend the bulk of the day, as I said, on informational items, though. First up, we're going to provide an overview of state water board authorities and programs, including a recap of the first agricultural expert panel's recommendations from 2014, as well as a variety of the state water board orders impacting the panel's work. We didn't just want to hear from the State Water Board perspective, though. We also have a number of folks joining us from various third parties, including NGOs, agricultural representatives. And I should note, this slide is a little bit outdated. We have another meeting scheduled for August 14th, and we'll actually have the tribal and indigenous land stewardship practices discussion during that session on the 14th. We'll break for lunch around 12:30. Come back for a panel discussion and an opportunity for panelists to ask questions of all the presentations they heard in the morning. And then the last kind of agendized item here are a couple of housekeeping items, not the most exciting, but certainly important to get through. We will have a discussion of a selection of the panel chair and approval of the panel charter. That'll be a fairly brief discussion. Our goal is to get to public comment as soon as possible, but we do want to make sure the panel has time to interact with all of our esteemed guests presenting in the morning. We are scheduled to go until 4 p.m. If we end a little bit early, I'm sure everyone would like a little bit of their Friday back, but we do want to make sure that we're using good use of the time today and have as much time as we need to interact with the presenters. It's now my pleasure to introduce Karen Mogus for some opening remarks. Karen was appointed Chief Deputy Director of the State Water Board in April of 2024, and she oversees the Division of Water Quality and Division of Financial Assistance, among other responsibilities. From 2016 to 2024, she served as the Deputy Director of the Division of Water Quality, with responsibilities including statewide water quality planning, policy development and implementation, statewide permitting, and establishing consistency among the 9 regional water quality control boards. That point's going to be really important since obviously the agricultural expert panel has a direct link to everything that's happening at the regional board level as well. Karen holds a Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences from the University of California, Davis. It's my pleasure to introduce Karen, please.
Thank you, Sam, and thank you, panelists. Really nice to meet you all this morning and really appreciate your willingness to carve out time in, I'm certain, your very busy schedules to help us with this process. So I cannot thank you enough for joining our team. And it's nice to see you today. I really look forward to hearing your perspectives. I also want to thank all of you who have not only joined us here in person, but also virtually for your participation in this process and your joining us today. Really need everybody's perspectives in order to move forward. I do want to acknowledge, I don't know who's on line, but we do have one board member in the room, Nicole Morgan. Thank you for joining us this morning. So I wanted to just set the stage for our first meeting of the panel and start with our board's charge to us is to have a long-term irrigated lands regulatory program that both protects water quality as well as provides for a sustainable agricultural industry in California. Our current irrigated lands requirements are based on years of data gathering and implementation, as well as the first Ag Expert Panel in 2014 that you'll hear more about from Darren here in a few minutes. And a lot has happened since then. And so this is a good time for us to step back, take a look at what data has been collected, what has happened in terms of implementation in the program, as well as any new research or findings that have been developed over the years. The environmental and regulatory landscape, as you all know, is constantly changing, and the Water Board is committed to continuously improving our through data-driven and science-based decision-making. And we enter into these kinds of panel processes for a variety of things, and it just makes our programs much more science-based, with a foundation of data-driven decision-making that allows us to have really effective water quality programs. So that's why we've convened this esteemed panel of experts to help us evaluate this new information and the science to improve our program. We're also committed to open and transparent decision-making. And so just as an overview of what it has taken us to get here today, in May of 2024, we released a set of questions that we solicited public comment on and received that public comment and went through countless iterations of wordsmithing with stakeholders as well as our board members. It was painful, and yet I think we came up with a solid set of questions for you all to consider. And we finalized those in October of 2024 and posted those to the website. From April to June of this year, we vetted all of you with our interested parties to make sure that we had support, that we had a well-balanced panel to help us, that also had the expertise that we needed to evaluate these questions. We also invite all of our interested parties to provide perspectives and analyses, and you'll hear from them today as well as next week and along the way as this process proceeds. We have listening sessions that we're scheduling in between panel meetings that the panel members are welcome to join. as another mechanism to hear from our interested parties. We're making all of the materials available to everyone, including the panel, as well as anyone else who is interested. So that'll be online and available to anyone. And we are going to be inviting comments on your draft final report, just so you know. So that'll be another component where we are transparent and inviting participation across all of our sectors. So your charge, and you'll hear more about it today, is to evaluate our program data, recent research, and advancements in practices to provide recommendations in response to our 9 questions. We'll go over the 9 questions later that cover monitoring and reporting, metrics and practices, science and technical considerations, and practical program implementation. We have a packed agenda. Today, we're going to be talking about background and taking care of some panel business. Next Thursday, we will hear from, as you heard, the Indigenous Land Stewardship and Food Systems, as well as data analysis from a variety of interested parties from the regional boards, the state board, as well as a number of interested parties from the NGOs, as well as the ag community. We have a lot to accomplish in a short amount of time. And so I want to acknowledge that our facilitator, Sam McGill, is empowered to keep us on time. And so we're not going to be rude, but just know that we're really trying to keep this moving and keep on schedule so that we can get everything in the short amount of time that we have. So with that, I just, again, want to thank you all. And I very much look forward to a robust and fruitful discussion of the panel with all of our interested parties. So with that, I'll hand it back to Sam.
Nope. Wonderful. Thank you for those opening remarks, Karen. At this point, I wanted to make sure to give an opportunity for the panelists to introduce themselves to you as well. I will note, in addition to all of the wonderful folks you see up on the dais, we are joined by 2 colleagues online as well, Dr. Hannah Waterhouse from UC Santa Cruz and Dr. Thomas Harder from UC Davis, who are joining us remotely. Just a quick reminder for the discussion throughout the day, whether you're presenting or a member of the panel, if you could, we're recording the meeting. Make sure to speak into the microphones in front of you. If the light is red, nobody can hear you. If it's green, just make sure to speak closely in front of the microphone. So I don't, in no particular order, we just wanted to give you an opportunity to introduce yourselves. So please, if you're comfortable with it, Ngudu, maybe we can start at your end and then work your way down.
Okay, thank you.
There we go.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Karen, and thank you to the State Water Board. Good morning. My name is Godo Atsumi. I work with the University of California Agriculture and Natural Resources as an academic coordinator. My title is very long, so the full title is Sigma Small Farms Technical Assistance Coordinator. I work primarily on the implementation of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which I think will be very helpful input for this panel. I have my degree in water resources and environmental engineering and my postgraduate in sustainable water management. And over the past few years, I have worked in the environmental justice space and worked with communities that have groundwater contamination from nitrates. So I'm very happy to serve on this panel and to provide some input. Ultimately, I hope we're able to provide recommendations to the board on nitrate contamination in communities and protecting the human rights water for communities. So I'm very happy to be here and to be part of this process. Thank you. And I can pass on to you, Ruth.
Well, thank you, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here and to be able to participate in this process. I'm Ruth Dahlquist-Swillard. I am the interim director of UC SWRCB, so that's at UC Agriculture and Natural Resources as well, and it's our Sustainable Agriculture Research and Education program. And before that, I was a small farms advisor with UC Cooperative Extension in Fresno and Tulare counties for about 10 years, and that's when I got involved in irrigated lands, technical assistance for small-scale farmers doing their reporting and also involved in modifications to the East San Joaquin General Order. And my degree is actually in entomology, but I ended up working in a lot of other things. So I'll pass it on to Michael.
Yes, good morning. My name is Michael Kahn, and I want to also thank the board for the invitation to participate in the panel. And hopefully, yeah, is it on? Yeah. Yeah. So my background is I'm currently a farm advisor on the Central Coast. And I specialize in irrigation, water resource management, and also work on nutrient management, particularly management of nitrogen fertilizers. And I've been there for over 20 years and with Cooperative Extension about 30 years. So my background degree is in soil and water science from Davis, and then I got to my master's PhD in agronomy and came to Cooperative Extension back in '95. So I do a lot of technical assistance with growers on better management of water and nutrients, and I've been doing that for quite a few years. So that, I'll turn it over to Ali.
Sure, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ali Montazar. I have a PhD in irrigation and drainage. Currently, I'm UCC Irrigation and Water Management Advisor in southern part of the state for Imperial, Riverside, and San Diego counties. I do research and extension like Michael on different aspects of water and soil-related issues. Part of my focus currently is developing tools and information on best irrigation and nitrogen management practices in the desert and San Diego counties, which includes a large-scale study currently I'm doing on updating nitrogen removal crop coefficient values for the desert cropping systems. So I'm very pleased to serve in this panel and the process. I pass it to Daniel.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Geisler. I'm a cooperative extension specialist at UC Davis. The focus of my research and outreach is on nutrient management. And because nitrogen has been a hot topic over the last few years, most of it is on nitrogen. And I have a PhD from UC Davis in soil science. And the main focus is to develop tools for growers. For example, I helped develop the California fertilization guidelines, the online guidelines. In recent years, I've helped the coalitions get coefficients for nitrogen removal. I'm participating in trainings and meetings for growers and CCAs to help them better manage the nitrogen. Thank you very much for having me on that panel. Richard?
Yeah, also thanks to the Water Board for inviting me to be part of this. So my name is Richard Smith. I'm a retired farm advisor. I retired 2 years ago and worked as a vegetable crop farm advisor. And really since 2004, when the conditional waivers were were more prominent or got started, we started doing a lot of work with a team of people, Daniel, Michael, Tim Hartz, and myself, and we worked on practical practices for growers in the Salinas Valley to improve nitrogen use efficiency. The Salinas Valley is probably one of the more complex places for efficient nitrogen use efficiency because of the double or triple cropping practices that are there. But we looked at in-season practices to, looking at nitrate testing to, guide fertilizer practices, but then also during the off-season, during the winter fallow, we looked at practices to sequester nitrate loss during that part of the season. So we were very involved in this nitrogen management for many years, and so thank you for the invitation to participate.
Thank you all so much for joining us in person. Two of your panelists are joining us online as well, just in the order that you pop up on my screen. Hannah, Dr. Waterhouse, if you could introduce yourself, and then to Dr. Thomas Harder.
Yeah, hi, my name's Dr. Hannah Waterhouse. I'm an assistant professor at UC Santa Cruz, and I just want to thank the board for inviting me to be on this panel. And it's good to see a lot of familiar faces. Richard keeps saying he's retired, but I keep seeing him around at these things. So I'm a soil biogeochemist by training and did my master's and PhD at UC Davis, focused on agricultural managed aquifer recharge and its impact on nitrogen cycling and fate. And more recently, I've been looking at how we can leverage soil biogeochemical processes by different soil health practices to improve nitrogen cycling and water quality outcomes. I'm currently working on some research looking at cover cropping and the balance between water quality protection and water use, scoping how cover crops impact the full soil water balance as well as protect water quality. Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to being on this panel. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and I'm Thomas Harder. I am also at the University of California, Davis, with Daniel Geisler. I am a professor of cooperative extension, and I am the token hydrogeologist on this panel. I really appreciate and I'm honored to be on this panel. I have worked on nitrate in California now for 30 years. Richard, Michael, and I think I met Richard and Michael in the mid-90s when we were all on the nitrate task force in Monterey County. And I very early on in my career began working on dairies, understanding nitrogen cycle in animal systems, animal forage systems, and led the nitrate report to the legislature in 2010 to 2012 with Dr. Jay London, a large team of UC Davis experts. And throughout this 30 years, I've been engaged in informing the policymaking process, bringing science to the table that we measure in the field. We currently have field work looking at monitoring at the farm scale and field scale from the soil surface all the way into groundwater, with my emphasis always coming really from the groundwater side and the impact side to groundwater users, as well as modeling at the very large scale of the Central Valley, modeling nitrate transport at that scale, and assisting the coalitions in the Central Valley with understanding long-term impacts and evaluating their practices for long-term improvements.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much for joining today, and really appreciate those introductions. At this point, we're going to go ahead and start our program for the day, and our first informational presentation I'll switch to in just a moment. One quick reminder about public comment. For those that received the meeting notice, you may be aware that you were asked to submit, if you were interested in providing a comment, submit a request to the Water Board at least 2 days in advance of the meeting. So we do have a list of folks that submitted those requests, and they'll be given preference once we get to the public comment portion. If you are interested in addressing the panel later in the day during our public comment period, there are a series of comment cards on the back table there. I would just ask that you fill one of those out and hand it in to myself or one of the State Water Board staff that you see here today, and we'll get you and put it into the queue. But I do want to stress that preference will be given to those that submitted their comment request in advance. Similarly, for individuals joining online, we'll run through the process for how to deliver public comment once we get to those sessions for anyone joining us virtually. At this point, though, I'd like to go ahead and switch to our first informational topic, which will be a background and overview of the State Water Board's agricultural authorities and irrigated lands programs. Your first presenter today is Darren Palamas from the State Water Board. Prior to his current position, he was the Deputy Director of the Division of Water Quality and was involved in developing the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program and oversight of the 2014 Statewide Agricultural Expert Panel. So Darren, in particular, is going to run through what some of those recommendations were, and you'll hear throughout the discussion today and in the coming months We want to see what needs to be added onto those recommendations. Darren is a licensed civil engineer and holds a BS in agricultural engineering from Cal Poly, and we are very fortunate to have him here today to provide a brief history of the program. So let me hand you the clicker. There you go. Go from there.
Thank you, Sam. I'm feeling a bit outnumbered by UC Davis here, being a Cal Poly graduate, but I'll bear with that. There we go. Okay. So as Sam mentioned, I do hold a degree in agricultural engineer, so it seems like at the water board I get called on whenever there's an ag question involved. I have my degrees in agricultural engineering. I have a family that has ag production in the family, and spent some time during school working for some large corporate farms as well. So I'll blend that in as best I can, but that's the kind of the knowledge I help bring to the water board through the multi-years of dealing with the ag expert panel. I'm going to present actually the presentation that Dr. Charles Burt presented at a board meeting as the kind of like the finale for the first expert panel. He was the chair of the expert panel. I'm going to give it in Dr. Burt style for you that know him. I was a student of his for many years at Cal Poly, so hopefully you realize it's done out of respect, but he is very matter of fact, quick. I'm also going to apologize up front. There are way too many slides in this presentation for the time allotted to me. I am going to go fast, as Dr. Burt would. But I wanted to make sure that we had the full presentation because as I started to think about trying to edit it, I thought, well, I don't want to bring my own bias to it, so I will try to do that. I also want it there as a reference for you all to refer to for questions and stuff later. That'll be the same for the second presentation I get. There's really more material in there than we have time to go into detail, so it's both a quick gloss over and then there for you to contemplate later. This was the first expert panel members, academics and farm practitioners were included in that panel. It was run by the Irrigation Training and Research Center at Cal Poly. And it actually had much more time to deliberate than you. So it was about a 2-year process to go through the original one, much longer time frame. The charges to the expert panel are listed here, basically to assess the existing nitrate control program. The water board at the time was going in several different directions, and so we asked them to provide some expert value opinion before we moved forward at that time. And there were 13 questions posed to the panel. I'm not going to go through them here. I'm sure you've seen them as well in their report. They were quite detailed and went on. Of course, the major focus was nitrate in groundwater. These were, in Dr. Burt's style, laying out the basics. Nitrates exist in California groundwater. That's not a question. Farming contributes to nitrate in groundwater, and he wanted to make sure that it was clear that both organic and regular farming practices do that, and all sustainable farming practices leach nitrate below the crop root zone, except certain conditions and time, notably with like rice. So there was some special understanding about the conditions in a rice field that actually sequester the nitrogen in the field and don't let it leach, which is reflected later. He also was very clear, drip, sprinkler, flood, trees, row crop, good farmers, bad farmers, everybody is basically contributing something to the nitrate leaching below the root zone. Regulation, in a very Dr. Burt style, you can make this complex and spend a lot of time and money and accomplish very little, or you can get really down to some basic level and do it. He also was very clear that he wanted the expert panel that they presented to be beyond just trying to do a simple regulatory program, and that it should be an improvement program for everybody that goes forward. So the improvements in understanding and improvements in farming practices were key. So again, some basics. Nitrogen is a major crop nutrient. In fact, not in Dr. Burt's opinion or words, but my words, learned that we have bred a lot of our plants to expect a high level of nitrogen way beyond what they would be in a natural environment. Water is applied to fields, rainfall, irrigation. Of course, plants need water. Some water always moves below the root zone. In our farming components, regardless of how you set it up, Otherwise, you're going to build up salts and kill your crops, and you're not going to farm for very long. Water carries nitrate with it, and that is also key. It's the dissolved portion of the salt. As we know, when it's ammonium, it's sticking in the soil. When it's nitrate, it's free to move as the water moves. And so we know that as we're watering water, it does go below. And eventually, sooner or later, it's going to reach groundwater once it's out of the root zone and into the vadose zone and migrating down. So the panel considered and discarded several things that were being talked about at the time. There was modeling of the root zone activities, monitoring the first count of groundwater, modeling, using of proxy vulnerable indices that were created. This is the typical sketch of a nitrogen cycle, and it's super complex, as we all know about how nitrogen moves through the biozone of soil and plant and in the nitrogen cycle and the crop root zone. And this was often a sticking point in the beginning because it was like everybody wanted to know the numbers for where all the arrows were and all the places the nitrogen was. But quantifying each step and timing is difficult, even for researchers trying to get at that. And so that didn't seem to be a way to go. Oops, sorry, too many clicks. So we understand the general process, but quantifying and timing is difficult, and they wanted a regular program should not be required to measure and report all of the details of this process. Basically, figuring out a way to simplify it down at something that would be useful to farmers and to a regulatory program. So the second conclusion was basically we needed to get rid of some of these arrows. Way too many. And the nitrate problem is in the groundwater, and should the regulatory program focus on understanding the details of groundwater and nitrate movement? So with that kind of concept, and the movement of nitrates within the groundwater could be modeled, but they didn't think that that actually worked very well either. They couldn't accurately define the boundary condition, soil characteristics, deep percolation amounts in each field, and leaching nitrate amounts. The nitrate movement and within groundwater cannot be modeled accurately was their conclusion, but even if it could, the question was why do it and would it actually work in a regulatory program? So their determination was they don't need a groundwater model to tell us that we have high nitrates. That's obviously by current monitoring. And the models are certainly incapable of tying individual fields to groundwater nitrate problems, so that didn't help the farmers. Case in point was this graphic here showing cropping patterns changing and the difficulty associated with how that changes on us all the time. A soil profile showing the complexity of soils and the models that would be really intricate in what we know and don't know. And so this other idea of reporting nitrates in first encounter groundwater was considered very expensive, didn't really tell us anything about most cases, and it didn't solve any problems that were actually happening up in the fields. And high concentrations may indicate excellent management from the standpoint of really using your water efficiently, but moving down a very concentrated value of nitrates. There was also some proxies that were proposed and being contemplated at the time. One of them was this nitrogen hazard index leaching. They looked at this as part of their work as well. They didn't really find it compelling as it was very generic and point. It used only these three variables in its process. It had this kind of table that you went into to try to determine your risk. And, it just didn't really seem to add up. They weren't sure whether you should multiply or add and what the difference was there. So in their opinion, they also did not think that this was going to fit the program moving forward. They did look at, the modeling being extensive and expensive, modeling the first report of groundwater, and didn't really find a way to bring that into a regulatory program either. So where do they go? So the nitrate problem involves numerous processes, obviously, social behavior components, diffuse non-point source distribution characteristics, and many uncontrolled variables. So they developed a list of solid and positive recommendations that they wanted to bring forward. Reduce nitrate leaching to groundwater, utilize long-term groundwater monitoring, and allow regulators to know the true status of the problem at the source. So coming back to this graphic, they really decided that you could simplify this a lot by focusing on basically 3 arrows. The organic matter, fertilizer, and irrigated nitrates being added, the amount of crop you're hauling off the field, which is or other forms of removal of nitrogen leaving the field, and then of course, what was leaching below the groundwater is largely what remains. Not everything, but certainly largely the 3rd arrow. This was their recommendations. Again, I won't read through all of these for purpose of time, but they basically did focus on creating this ratio of applied, which is one of the arrows that you just saw, versus removed, and creating a unitless ratio that basically is a performance ratio of the systems that you're operating on. The other key component of that is that it was multi-year cropping patterns or multiple crop cycles. You didn't want to focus on one cycle. We all know the story of the farmer that planted watermelons and then got called by the contractor to disc them under. He wasn't going to actually be able to sell them. And of course, all the nitrogen remained in the field and nothing was taken off that year. And that would be a really bad A/R ratio for that year. So spanning that out, they recommended a 3 crop cycle or 3-year window for making sure that you kind of were able to homogenize that a bit. And there's other recommendations in here. Again, I'll leave these for you to look at later, not spend time on each one, but they basically go into some of the components associated with what they were really focused on there. They were really big as well in adding some other questions that we asked and didn't ask. They were a big proponent and recommended coalitions. What they had seen in Region 5, the Central Valley region, had shown to be valuable, and they made that recommendation that that should be a way going forward. For the A/R ratio, that the rainfall and depercolation was, it's basically just looking at trying to determine what the largest loss is, which would be the depercolation, and the management practices to minimize water depercolation and match plant nitrogen needs. And this was the formula they gave us, the A/R formula of applied, and then removed, which it did include nitrogen sequestered in permanent wood and perennial crops as a factor to make sure you're considering. They also felt that farmers and growers must develop and implement good irrigation nitrogen management plans. This was part of the education push, and you'll see that continues here to be really clear that this was about improving farm operations, knowledge of the farmers and growers so that they could improve, not just looking for the ones that are doing horrible at it, but to bring them all to a better point of being able to be more efficient with nitrogen and water management. So this included developing good irrigation and nitrogen management plans. And I think this was another key component that I don't feel like really existed when I was in school. There was the nutrient crop guys and there was the irrigation folks. And of course, they're interrelated. And I think that has changed over the last decade and plus, that really now they are considered together. And that was again emphasized by this panel, that you can't talk about one and not the other. Because if you're doing great with nitrogen, you may be pushing too much of it below the root zone with over irrigation, or you could be under irrigating and causing other problems. So they really are joined and they have to be contemplated together. Dr. Bird always likes to make a point that there's not enough qualified consultants out there to talk to all the farmers, and how are we going to address that? And of course, many of you being on the cooperative are part of the gang trying to improve that. So that's was a key point. And then he really wanted educational programs and did call for some the board to contemplate, funding associated with trying to do educational outreach and reach farmers. But that was also part of the coalition aspect as well, that they are a trusted voice and not the regulator and can help reach the farm community. Again, he listed several critical education components here, and then basically went to in more detail in the report that goes into some details about what he was proposing at the time. And also was key was the creation of nitrogen management plans that were specific to the grower. If you've been in ag and dealt with it, of course, all of you have. Each soil condition's different. Each season's rainfall's different. Each crop, growing degree days, the heat values. It was really important to try to understand that you couldn't genericize that, especially across the state or even through different regions and not do that. So I wanted to focus and make that clear. And the implementation of the management plans was part of the cycle of improvement with the coalition. Let's see, they also wanted the coalitions to collect the data and then process it for better understanding going forward. And that the management plans was more about improvement and not just reporting to be subject of an audit, but that it was really supposed to be a cycle that can basically brings continuous improvement. So these were the 5 basic items that they said that we should include in some kind of order: the location of the reporting unit, the crop type, the crop acreage that was being considered, the nitrogen application for each field in pounds per acre, and the nitrogen removed by harvesters sequestering in permanent wood. And measuring and process on source control for verification and monitoring. The AR ratios were to be used over a long-term trend analysis. As I mentioned, a 3-year component, providing a baseline that could be used and compared. And it was kind of contemplated on, was it zones that would be it, or growing zones, that wasn't going to almonds in Reading or not almonds in Kern. And, making sure that you were clear that you could start to distinguish that from the data. No one had done any of this work, and there was no way to do that at the time. But to be clear that that was something that should be contemplated, and that the coalition should work together in that regard. Again, he recommended targeted research, and I think probably some of this has happened in that time frame since this report was done in 2014. And they had questions on surface water discharges that was part of their report. It's not really germane now. That's something that was handled separately. And that completes kind of their presentation run through. Hopefully I did it justice for what was there, and I know it was too quick.
It's impressive getting through all of it. And I'll note these slides will be available following the meeting as well.
Okay, I'm going to jump into the second one now, which is basically our work on the precedential petition order of the East San Joaquin General WRs, where we took on putting forward from the state board the petition order regarding that. And I was one of the, I guess, the main technical expert in regards to that, with some help from many of my staff and certainly OCC folks that helped me on it. So I've compiled here a couple different slideshows into one that kind of goes through taking the expert panel recommendations and what we did then turned it into for the order. Just some quick background here for you to note that was leading up to us working on the East San Joaquin permit. And certainly it was several generations in that we were at this stage. This wasn't starting from scratch. There was a lot of divergent work, and there was some call to kind of bring that back together into a focused statewide approach. And that was what we were looking at when we were doing the East San Joaquin order. It was one of the front orders, and so it was the one that petitioned. But it was understood that we weren't focusing just on that. We were going to do statewide contemplation as we drafted the order. And we definitely made it precedential in that mind for agricultural programs statewide. It wasn't just ordered to the San Joaquin, it was ordered to the Central Valley Board and all the other regional boards in the state to follow a very similar approach that was outlined in this petition order. A key point to remember as well is we were operating from the non-point source policy perspective. And the non-point source policy focuses a lot on the fact that, and we were contemplating that nitrogens were not a point source, they were discharged underneath fields broadly. In that context, considering it a non-point source, there is a feedback mechanism within the non-point source policy where you implement management practices to improve and reduce the pollutant loading, and then you check your water quality objectives, and then you come back and you implement. So there's this cycle anticipated of continuous improvement that you can't immediately jump to a solution like you can at an end of pipe discharge and say, this is your limit, achieve that, water quality will be good downstream. There's anticipated that there will be some repetitiveness and some cycling through and some continuous improvement. So this just goes through a little bit. We did start some of the original thinking as we were contemplating a Central Coast order before we did the East San Joaquin, and there was also a court decision that was fundamental in contemplation that was brought forward. And then, looking even further back, there was these work as well that contributed to the understanding of nitrogen. Dr. Thomas Harder mentioned the UC Davis report in 2012. That was really one of the early ones that kicked off the understanding of the impacts. The Nitrogen Tracking Task Force, which was CD, Department of Food and Agricultural led, and then the Ag Expert Panel that we led here at the Water Board before we did the orders, so the first Ag Panel. So, what we were contemplating in managing nitrogen was the challenges in directly measuring the discharge. That again, as you saw the expert panel report before mentioned, didn't really work in a way that was effective. And another key contemplation as we got into it was that management practices were numerous and interdependent. That there really is so many ways to look at it, and that if you pick a couple, then you have some follow-on ones that are key that go with that and that don't. And that an efficiency measurement or a proxy for direct measurement can be a measure for how well whichever group of management practices you've selected have performed for you. And that was kind of key, right? We want them to be improving. We want them to have some measure that's uniformly measuring how well are you advancing and how are you competing or performing amongst your peers and the peers groups in the similar areas that are facing the similar conditions. Again, very similar to what we talked before with the multiple arrows. This one's color-coded for where it's in different forms, where it's an input, and where it's leaving the cycle. This is how I like to think about it as we were contemplating the order. Basically, I called it a free body diagram. It's not exactly that, but it has a very similar feel to it of what's coming into the field, what's leaving the field, and what other losses are. And so as the expert panel said, the A would be applied and removed, and we go forward there. Now, we also added something that the expert panel didn't have, and that was A minus R. So they proposed this efficiency measure and talked about how that would be included in measurement. When we started to get into the order, we realized that there was a need for understanding the quantity, the value of nitrogen actually being lost if you're going to then translate that directly into impacts on groundwater quality, right? Just having a unitless performance number, you can be really good, but if it's a really high value crop that's using a lot of nitrogen, you could still be doing a lot of water quality damage. And understanding that component was key if you're going to do nitrogen balancing. So here's what we put in the order. Again, following the advice of the expert panel. The A is 3 components that we know are coming in fertilizer added, irrigation nitrogen component, knowing that a lot of groundwater is used and there's a fair amount of nitrogen in that, and any organic amends as well that have nitrogen. And this one gets a little complicated because we contemplated the free nitrogen in it, not the long-term degradative composition that was going to come up later. We used another way to contemplate that in the nitrogen management plan and the soil testing that a farmer should do prior to developing that. So it would pick up the new free nitrogen in the next year that came from organic matter at a later time. The harvest numbers, we really wanted to focus on what farmers knew. Was it bushels of romaine removed? Was it crates of strawberries? Just tell us that. Tell us what you have on the bill that you, or the check you got from your buyer or whatever, and then have that converted by the coalition to a nitrogen value and not ask them to do the hard math associated with that and the coefficients that were needed to convert that number. So that was the key on the removed. Of course, we know there's some losses here that we're not accounting for, and we're assuming that most of the remainder between the A-R is lost to deep percolation, but we felt that that was minor enough that it wasn't going to be dramatic and be lost in the noise of some of the accuracy of what we're doing here anyways. So also following from the expert panel's advice, all growers were to prepare a nitrogen management plan. And that irrigation management plan required irrigation management component as well, not just the nitrogen you're going to put on, so that we were tying those two together, and an understanding of water application. In some instances, there was certification of the plan, so bringing in expert advice for farmers that were having particular trouble or were showing to be outliers. So there was that aspect of the educational component. And then precedential language that clarifies the liability of the certifiers. And we restricted on who that could be. It couldn't just be anybody. There was a pretty broad selection of qualifications that would be able to be certifiers, from soil scientists and agronomists. But it was, trying to be broad, but also someone that did have some background in it and some training. Also from the expert panel was this key of reporting by the field for all growers. So it wasn't, I'm a grower and I grow 5 crops and I'm going to combine that all into one number I give you, but I'm going to actually give it to you for each of my fields. And so that needed to be defined. And it was defined as the same crop type, same fertilizer input, same irrigation management, and same management practices. So it didn't have to be physical, like field A and field B in the farmer's mind. They could put those two together if they did the exact same thing on it, and it was managed holistically in that approach. So it's a little bit flexible, but it was really trying to get like, this is where your management practices are all the same and your irrigation's the same. And so, you can bring it together as one entity. I should mention as well that as we were going through this, there was, a coalition of representatives from both environmental justice representatives and growers that were helping advise us, and we were using to input ideas into what we were going to do in the petition order. So there was back and forth, and it wasn't just done without, kind of continuous consultation and testing out different ideas. Part of what came out of this as well was the contemplation of providing anonymous data reporting, so that there was some protection provided and taking away some of the fear of the grower community associated with being identified by numbers you put forward and the likes. And so that was added in. It adds some complexity, but it was believed that it would be useful to do that to get better participation and cooperation, and also help foster the continuous improvement cycle associated with the growing community.
Darren, if we could do a quick time check.
Yep. All right. Thank you. I'll speed up. So let me see here. The nitrogen reporting requirements, I was going to go through some of the rationale quickly here. Sorry. So we followed the conclusion of the Ag Expert Panel. There was some high, low vulnerable area concepts that they brought forward. We did field level AR as they were describing to us to verify that. And basically there was requests about how we were going to do outreach to outliers. We spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to figure that out. Standard deviation, top percentage, you know, a whole bunch of different ways, and never found a satisfying one that actually applied broadly. So basically left that up to the coalitions and the regional boards to kind of negotiate out on each crop and coalition type. Let's see. The management practices implementation was also really important, and we wanted to, you know, correlate and analyze that and identify the management practices. So the AR results, what are their management practices they're doing? Are they working? Are they not? And a coalition should go through the list and be like, farmers that are doing this have better results. Farmers that are doing that don't seem to have good results. As a way to bring that whole big data set that's now being collected to inform back to the growing community and improve the overall nitrogen control cycles. There were some significant comments from our group that I brought forward here. Uniform targets, uniform nitrogen reporting requirements for all areas and growers was not appropriate. And it was very clear that that was a big concern of them. And I think we supported that. And also a significant privacy liability consequence, and hence the anonymizing of the farmers in the reporting as well. There were some exemptions as well. There were, like we mentioned before, Rice was able to demonstrate that they were able to, that the nitrogen wasn't deep percolating. And so we created a generic way to exempt anticipating there could be others. We didn't know of any others. The Rice seemed to be pretty particular or specific in how they were able to justify it, but we did create a way that others could say, look, my nitrogen doesn't leave and go below the root zone, and therefore they were exempt. And then that had to be approved by the regional board, any future ones. We approved Rice in our petition order, but we didn't, we left it open for future consideration of others. There was also some data kept on the farm components, the irrigation nitrogen management plan, the certification and self-certification options. So there was, you know, some trust but verify type of stuff set up, largely because of handling all that paperwork and managing it would be near impossible as well. So it was contemplated in how that would be there if it was needed, but not be a burden in a reporting type of scenario. We also were really clear we wanted nitrogen applied in the irrigation water and in the synthetic fertilizers and in organic amendments. Those were the three you saw before in the diagram. The crop yields as a yield so that that was then be converted, and then reporting by field. Another key point that we really came up and I think was experienced by the coalitions even before we did this petition was that calculations should be done by the coalition. There's a lot of math errors that happen when you have thousands of people doing the math, and that really was impacting things. And so that's why we resorted to, like, tell us just the information you have, transfer that over to, and then the coalition can do the calculations. They can calculate the pounds of nitrogen removed, you know, knowing how much crop you sold or the like. So that was one of the components to try to improve data accuracy. And also, again, we added this applied nitrogen, removed nitrogen difference in order to be able to understand nitrogen loss better. Data was going to be reported to the coalitions at the field level, anonymized again, as you see here. The exception was at the time there was no coalition at the Central Coast, and so we did carve out an exception in the order that without that coalition, you can't have anonymous data. You got to know who's talking to you, and that was a consequence. So that was allowed. I'm not going to go through these. These were tables that we went through and graphics that we created to kind of go through every scenario we could think of, and created an optional way for a coalition to manage the different data that they were getting. And so these are examples that were proposed in that regard on how to cut up fields, how to cut up growers, how to anonymize them, just really in a simplistic fashion in order to do that. And then also how to, we thought, marry some improvements associated with what they were doing and seeing on these larger scales and then measuring it. And this is all made up data, but was just really trying to test, would it work with a data set like that? And there was also this component of homogenizing the data for modeling purposes at the township level, so that you would basically be able to try to calculate on a large scale valley floor type of scenario nitrogen loading, but not be able to identify specific farms associated with that. So that was another component that was added in. And split the reporting into 3 reports from the farmers: a farm evaluation, the irrigation nitrogen management plan summary, and the new management practice implementation report. As part of the, again, improvement cycle, we were asking the farmers to go through as they were managing their nitrogen irrigation inputs. This was a way to compare farm evaluation components with then how was it working and were they improving. And use of the nitrogen data at the regional boards, of course, was to ensure appropriate follow-up, and that the coalitions were doing follow-up, and that they could correlate and analyze management practices from the AR data that was being collected. And again, it was to improve groundwater protection. The water boards were to evaluate the field level data, and then try to oversee the coalition's work regarding AR ratio target values, and basically work together to figure out what those multi-year AR ratio target values should be on a crop type basis, and maybe even a crop by region type basis if that really should out to be in the data. I put this in because it's related. So also really key to our board in setting the petition order was the collection of on-site domestic well use on the farm properties that were under the regulatory order, so that they would test the nitrate in the drinking water wells and go through a notification process for people that were drinking that water. So obviously, all this work is around trying to prevent nitrate contamination of drinking water. On many of those farms, there are drinking water wells that are already contaminated, and it felt really important while we were in an order condition to have them test that water and notify anybody that was drinking that water, so that it was protective of public health. Other procedural requirements that we had, all growers had to participate in outreach events, which was part of the education program. They had to report their management practices, and they had to implement sediment and erosion control practices. I put this in as well. So a lot of this is flavored by the state board's anti-degradation policy. And so part of justifying this was that we were dealing with a landscape level type of permitting approach. And it was reasonable to do that and make an anti-degradation finding surrounding a diffuse non-point source. And it was a maximum benefit to the people finding as well in our work and order. And this was a triennial report anticipated. The regional boards would report back to the state board on how they're doing. And of course, that has happened over the years. And I bring us back to remind us that we were in a non-point source policy feedback loop. And this panel, I believe, is exactly part of that continuation of that concept. And with that, Sam, I am done. And over time.
Right. So we were acutely aware that that was so much information presented very well in an incredibly short period of time. Of course, all the slides will be available after, and following the lunch break, there'll be an opportunity to engage with the presenters more and ask any questions that you might have. I do want to go ahead and hand it over next to Eric Gilman. Eric is an attorney in the Office of the Chief Counsel at the State Water Board, and has been with the board for about 10 years and currently serves as the lead attorney for the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. So we welcome Eric to walk through the 2023 State Water Board order. With that, I will turn it over to Eric.
Good morning. My name is Eric Gilman, and like Sam said, I'm an attorney in the Office of Chief Counsel. It's great to see all of you here today. Thank you for your participation. As Sam also mentioned, I'm here to provide some background on the State Water Board's Water Quality Order 2023-81, or petition order. on the petitions of the Central Coast Water Board's 2021 General Waste Discharge Requirements for Discharges from Irrigated Lands, or general WDRs, which led to the establishment of this expert panel. The main takeaways from the petition order for purposes of our meeting here today, because it did cover other ground, are that one, it restated and reinforced the precedential requirements from the ESJ order on the reporting and use of nitrogen applied and nitrogen removed. And two, that the State Water Board directed staff to consider convening a second agricultural expert panel. In the ESJ order, the State Water Board directed the regional boards to incorporate into their ILRP orders requirements that growers or their third-party representatives collect and report nitrogen applied and nitrogen removed data, and calculate and report A over R and A minus R as measures of the potential for nitrogen to reach groundwater. The board endorsed the first agricultural expert panel's recommendation to use growers A and R data to develop acceptable multi-year A over R ratio target values. However, the board also stated that, quote, "It is premature at this point to project the manner in which the multi-year A over R ratio target values might serve as regulatory tools. That determination will be informed by the data collected and the research conducted in the next several years. If we move forward with a new regulatory approach in the future, we expect to do so after convening an expert panel that can help evaluate and consider the appropriate use of the acceptable ranges for multi-year A over R ratio target values in irrigated lands regulatory program statewide," unquote. As described in more detail in the petition order, the Central Coast Water Board adopted a number of provisions that were inconsistent with the precedential requirements of the ESJ order. In order to incentivize certain practices, the general WDRs modified how A and R were calculated, creating discount factors for nitrogen applied in compost and organic fertilizers, and creating new categories of nitrogen removed, such as R scavenge for cover crops. The general WDRs also modified the A minus R calculation by excluding nitrogen applied in irrigation water in 2 of 3 compliance pathways. The general WDRs focused on the A minus R calculation instead of the A over R ratio as recommended by the first agricultural expert panel, using it and fertilizer nitrogen applied as regulatory tools. The Central Coast Water Board established targets and limits on fertilizer nitrogen applied and A minus R that could result in additional requirements for growers and progressive enforcement actions in some cases. Due to these inconsistencies with the ESJ order, the State Water Board remanded portions of the general WDRs to the Central Coast Water Board. However, the board also recognizes the support for certain approaches taken by the Central Coast Water Board, and the expectation expressed in the ESJ order that another expert panel be convened. So the State Board directed staff to consider data that had been collected to date and other progress that has been made by CDFA, third parties, academics, and others in furtherance of the regional board's irrigated lands programs. That process led to the establishment of this expert panel to advise the board on next steps for the irrigated lands regulatory program. Consistent with the petition order, the public has had opportunities to provide input on the data to be reviewed by the panel, the questions to be posed to the panel, and the areas of expertise of the panelists. The expert panel is comprised of you all, the scientific experts drawn from a range of entities. The work of the panel will include opportunities for public participation and will be reviewed by the board with the expectation that its recommendations will be used to provide additional precedential guidance to the regional boards. And that concludes my brief presentation. I think Lale is next to discuss the questions and how we got to them.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Eric. So next up, we have Lale Rastegazarde. Lale is a water resources control engineer with the Materials Management Unit in the Division of Water Quality. She's been with the board for over 10 years and is currently one of the lead staff overseeing the statewide irrigated lands regulatory program. I really encourage everybody, if you haven't had the opportunity yet, the questions that the panel is charged with answering over the course of its tenure are posted to the State Water Board's website. Lale's going to run through those in kind of an abbreviated format right now, but it's pretty critical that everybody understands what the questions are that the panel's actually being asked to cover. With that, Lale, please.
Good morning. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the public to be present here as well, online and in the room. Now that we have gone through some of the history leading us up to this point, we will go over the charge questions that were developed by the Division of Water Quality based on our experience implementing the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program and the presidential requirements of the East San Joaquin Ag Order. These questions were developed through collaborative internal processes with input from regional water board, program managers, and executive management, and through public comments in May 2024. We received 33 public comment letters and considered that input with the revised final set of questions that have been available on our program website and back in the room. The questions are shown on the screen, and I was going just to walk you through the questions. I don't know if I have time. Okay, then the questions are available and you have access to it. You can read it. As I said, it's back in the room and on our website. The panel is asked to consider that the totality of the questions as written and provide their recommendations. Throughout this process, you will see and hear that our irrigated land regulatory program staff and managers are highly committed to receiving input to these critical questions. Our plan is to use the information and recommendations of the expert panel to help inform the continuous improvement of the irrigated lands regulatory program and continue to take science-based approach to protect the water of state while we are supporting the viability of the agriculture. Thank you.
Thanks, Lale. I really appreciate that brief overview. I encourage everybody to take a look at the questions if you haven't already done so, particularly our members of the public. Again, it's posted to the agricultural panel website. We can share that link with you following lunch. There are a total of, if memory serves, is it 11, 9 questions with a series of sub-questions. Is that right, Lale? Yeah. It's really important that everybody has a chance to review these. We are just a couple minutes behind here, though, and I do want to introduce our next panel. Encourage presenters, you can either stay seated at the front or move into the back. The next folks that we're going to invite up to speak to you will provide a series of third-party perspectives. We have joining from an agricultural perspective, Tess Dunham from Consors and Conway, speaking to the Central Valley perspective, and Abby Taylor Silva speaking more from a Central Coast perspective. And I also encourage our NGO and community member presenters to come up to the table as well, including Kaya Rivers from the Community Water Center, Nat Kane from the Environmental Law Foundation, and Rosa Carrillo Orozco. I will note that Nat is joining us online, and we'll switch over to their presentation in just a moment. But to start off with, do you have the clicker there? All right. To start off with, we'll hand it over to Tess to talk a little bit about agriculture in the Central Valley.
Thank you very much. I'll get it started so we can try to get back on time. And I do have a slide presentation. And I believe Sam, you guys have control over. at
There's a
some level.
clicker up there, but I can also advance for you.
Let's see. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Well, first, let me say good morning. My name is Tess Denham. I am a water quality attorney at Consories and Conway. I appreciate being invited to provide some broad perspective from the agricultural interests today. First, let me say thank you to all of you for your willingness to serve on this panel. I know having been involved in this program for my entire career in the late 90s, tells you my age, that there is a certain level of intensity and importance of serving on this panel, and we appreciate the time and effort that you've all agreed to give to this panel. I am here today to provide some broad perspectives on behalf of a number of agricultural interests, and we really do appreciate your unique expertise and perspective, and we want to provide ours. And Dr. Harder, you are nobody's token for anything.
Is it not clicking?
Oh, being on helps. All right. Well, thank you very much. It's okay, I got it. Thanks. So first of all, this is just to give you an idea of the broad agricultural interests that I am here representing today. As you can see, it is statewide. It is farm bureaus. It is irrigated ag coalitions. It is commodity organizations. It is trade associations. And the purpose of showing you all of these is to basically let you know how important this is to the statewide agricultural community and the statewide agricultural interest. They are paying attention. While they may not all be here personally and individually today, which is probably a good thing, or we'll never get through the public comment period, I assure you they are absolutely recognize the importance of this process and this panel and what we are talking about with respect to nitrate and its impact on the agricultural community throughout California. I would also share that, amongst all of these organizations, we do share two overarching concerns. First of all, and this group essentially, as you see here, did submit comments on the charge questions back in June of 2024 and in response to the State Water Board's notice with respect to those. And we frankly, and we're going to share with you, we think that calling the expert panel at this juncture of the programs statewide is premature. Doesn't take away from all that we appreciate from you all, but we do think it's premature at this point in time based upon where data collection is, as well as the implementation is of the programs in various areas of California. We also are going to share with you this morning that we do think that there are some preconceived notions as stated within the charge questions. And we're going to ask you to keep an open mind with respect to the charge questions and understand that, and we'll point that out a little bit more, that in our mind, the charge questions are phrased in a way that assumes that there should be numeric limits on agriculture. And we hope that you're keeping an open mind and that is not an automatic conclusion just because of the way the charge question is phrased. We will share with you today our overarching concerns, but ultimately we will also provide some recommendations on what we hope you keep in mind as you move forward with the charge before you.
Please feel free just to say next slide if the clicker's over.
Just go to next slide there, Sam. All right. Here, just to provide a little perspective on the programs statewide, so you get an understanding of where the different programs are and their implementation and when they've come into being. Clearly, as Darren spent a lot of time this morning talking about the Central Valley program that started actually, what Darren forgot to mention was that the East San Joaquin order was actually adopted in 2012. It was not until 2018 that the State Water Board issued its presidential decision. So it was before the State Water Board for 6 years. We received the presidential decision in 2018, and then the other Central Valley orders were revised soon thereafter. Here we have going across the state to the various regions. Important to note that the North Coast, the Vineyard Order, was just adopted this year in 2025, and enrollment in that order doesn't even start until July of 2029. In San Francisco, we do have a Napa River Vineyards order that was back from 2017. In the Central Coast, which is the 2023 State Board order that basically directed the State Water Board staff to put forward an expert panel. That process or that order was adopted in 2021, which obviously was just a couple of years ago. In Los Angeles, their irrigated ag order, subject to the East San Joaquin precedential requirements, was adopted in 2023. Central Valley, we've talked about 2018 and 2019. The Lahontan region, really the only order that they currently have that has any relevance to the East San Joaquin is a grazing order where there's no actual nitrate applied, but that was a waiver adopted in 2023. The Colorado River, as Dr. Montazar probably knows, has different orders for different areas of the Colorado River region adopted at various times over the last several years. The Santa Ana River's order was not adopted until 2023, and the San Diego order was actually predated the East San Joaquin. So it gives you an idea of the variety of status with respect to implementation of this program throughout the state. Next slide, please. And with that, because of the varying timeframes with respect to when these orders were adopted across the state, it does put some limitations on the available data throughout the state and the different growing regions. We know, obviously, the Central Valley region, the first step, we do have 5 years of irrigation and nitrogen management data, summer reports. All of the others are just beginning. The Central Coast has I think a year or two from just a small subset of growers. Abby will talk more specifically about the Central Coast. But the others, some of them are just now starting in the Los Angeles region and other places. So the really only set of data that you have as recommended by the expert panel comes from the Central Valley. And we will share that, the first couple of years of data collection, it's a learning process. And the data gets better as growers get used to it and as the calculations are improved. But again, 5 years of data in a program like this, I don't think is all that extensive considering the task before you. And again, that comes from one region. We also know that, different crop coefficients continue to be developed and modified, as well as nitrogen removed. That is an ongoing process. Many of you are involved in multiple studies, whether in the coast or in the valley, of doing just that to understand and better understand crop coefficients for the variety of hundreds of commodities we have in California. We would also just note that the Central Coast, of course, has only primarily collected total nitrogen applied, and that was shown in the data analysis by the State Water Board staff. And that was just nitrogen applied. They did not have the yield removed information that we have going forward. And as you all probably know far better than I, using yield as a proxy really just isn't the same as using removed. Next slide, please. Just to kind of also give you a broad timeline of implementation and why we consider the panel to be premature, not taking away from all of your willingness to serve, but the Central Valley program, as we know, is the most mature one, and this gives you an idea of just where it is in its implementation and that it is just now itself in its own early stages. The order was adopted in February of 2018. We started having the first reported irrigation and nitrogen management plan summer reports submitted in July of 2019 for the 2018 growing year. Starting in 2020, the Central Valley coalitions came forward and put forward what we call a groundwater protection formula work plan, which actually uses a modeling approach in order to look at broad-based impacts of nitrate on groundwater throughout the valley on a township scale. That process began in July of 2020. We then calculated, and we know probably in the Central Valley better than anywhere else, we actually have an idea of what is being loaded based upon use of the CV swap model. We started that first with the 2019 crop year data, which again was first full year of reporting, had its own issues. We then go into targets, which is what do we think we need to reach in order to no longer cause or contribute. That was 2022. Overlay in the Central Valley, we have the CV salts program, where management zone implementation plans were just submitted in 2023. We have started to incorporate targets into groundwater quality management plans just in 2024, meaning, and then I'll just do the last two and then get to the big picture here. The Central Valley Coalitions, we submitted our A/R acceptable ranges report in October of last year, and we just updated our values for the 2020, 2021, and 22 crop years just in May. What that means is this program is just now really hitting its stride. We're just getting to the heat of the education and outreach with the growers. Yes, we've been doing it all along, but that real key education and outreach related to the A-R and A/R and what that means for them and how it's incorporated into the management plans is just now fully hitting its stride in the Central Valley, which means it's not anywhere near hitting its stride in the rest of the state. Next slide, please. Also have some concerns. The charge questions themselves are not consistent with the East San Joaquin order. We do believe it's premature to take these target values that are currently being used in a couple of the programs as a numeric metric. And I think, in my mind, it's really important for the panel to understand that when you say the word numeric, it means a limit and it means an enforceable limit. Or when you say the word limit, it means an enforceable metric. Targets are just considered to be, hey, we really think you need to get there, and that's what we're going to work towards, and we're going to work you towards compliance to reach that. But it's not basically saying if you don't meet it, we, the regional boards, are going to bring an enforcement action against you for failure to meet it. A limit is that. If it is a limit and somebody fails to meet it, then that is subject to an enforcement action. And so I think that it's important to understand the difference between a target as a metric versus a limit as a metric. Next slide, please. Again, also still believe that those charge questions are inconsistent with the order. As they are stated, in my mind, and maybe others would disagree, and that's fine, it assumes that limits are necessary. And again, limits are enforceable, targets are not. In my mind, it leads you to think that that's the only charge before you is to evaluate the use of limits and not other regulatory tools. The East San Joaquin order direction was about regulatory tools, not about limits. I think the charge questions, I know you're not lawyers, probably very lucky, you're probably very happy you're not a lawyer, but I think it's important for you to understand some of that legal authority associated with limitations. I also am concerned that the charge questions ignore the potential economic impacts on regional economies. Agriculture in California, as you all know, is not monolithic throughout the state. And each region is different, which is why there is such a great cross-section of various regions sitting on this panel here today. It's not because it can be regional. And to me, it's not looking at, well, how is agriculture sustainable as a livelihood across the state? Is it sustainable regionally? Because regional economies are key and critical and important. Also, we think the charge questions focus on data and really don't kind of help to ask about other program elements that may address improvements in management practices. Is this just about data and coming up with a limit, or is it about actually getting to improve practices and to improve water quality across the board by recognizing that we need more management practices, we need better technology so we can better protect water quality. Not fundamentally disagreeing with the need to protect water quality at all, but making sure we do it in balance with the tools and the technology that we currently have available versus the tools and technology that need to be developed over the next decade or two. Next slide, please. Also, when you take a look at the data analysis, I think the data analysis was fine, and called out the limitations in data available, which I thought was great. But I'm not certain that the charge questions reflected the results of that data analysis, and that the data analysis had, recognized the limitations in available data, found that it was important to go forward with the expert panel anyway, and was looking for recommendations on data collection and reporting. And that's fine. I have no issue with that, but I'm not certain the charge questions necessarily reflect the findings from the data analysis. I would also note that I believe the charge questions were finalized before the data analysis was made available in October of 2024 and then revised again in November of 2024. Next slide, please. Okay, now what are you going to do? All I've done is up here and complain, which is none of your fault. But what do you all do with that? So I'm going to ask you now, as you have been impaneled and you have before you the charge questions that have been developed, I'm going to ask that as you are sitting there as panelists, that you not predetermine or prejudge whether interim or final limits are necessary or appropriate. I don't think that was the original intent from the language of the East San Joaquin order, and I'm hoping you don't either. So asking that you remain open-minded. I would ask that you consider a broader use of multiple regulatory tools versus the charge questions, which to me lead you to, should we use an A-R equation to establish a limit and put limits on growers' nitrogen applied? I think it's broader than that. You're smart people. I would hope that you have a broader balance of looking at that. I would hope that we can also balance the regional agricultural economic sustainability, not statewide, but looking at things on a regional basis as well. I believe all of you will rely on sound scientific and technical considerations, and I ask you to continue to do that. And I think importantly, one of the key questions in the charge questions is, what is the impact on that A-R equation if you are using compost or cover crops or different treatments that you might have for water treatment, or the amount of in and irrigation water if you're relying on groundwater. And I think that is a critical factor that we really do hope that you all take into consideration as part of your charge here today. And with that, I think that's it for me.
Wonderful. Thanks so much for that perspective. I know that you had a slide in here for questions. If we could hold discussion until after lunch, that'd be wonderful. So next up, we'll turn it over to Abby Taylor Silva. Abby joined KSC in 2025 as the firm's Managing Director of Regulatory Affairs. Abby previously served as the Executive Vice President of the California Agricultural Leadership Foundation, a nonprofit corporation that supports leadership development in the agricultural industry. Abby spent 2 decades working in the Central Coast of California, strategically leading and engaging in a variety of issues, including water quality and supply and other industry-wide endeavors. So Abby, I know that we have the clicker up there. I'm not sure if it's working.
I think the batteries might not be working. Yeah.
Let me get that back for you and switch it out. And in the meantime,
all right, we'll get started. Thank you.
Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. Abby Taylor Silva here with Consors and Conway on behalf of the Ag Partners. Thank you so much for being here. Next slide, please. Thank you. So today I'm speaking on behalf of 6 partner organizations that work in collaboration on irrigated lands program priorities and collectively represent agricultural interests on the Central Coast, which includes more than 430,000 acres of irrigated lands that are enrolled, as well as approximately 3,000 agricultural producers. Today, we're going to be asking of the expert panel to please evaluate and make recommendations on how to approach the continuous refinement of agronomically feasible ratios and targets as data is gathered, evaluate acceptable ranges for multi-year A/R and A-R ratios and A-R target values for Central Coast crops in the manner in which they are grown, incorporate expanded A-R calculations into your recommendations, and then balance the regional economy in your recommendations. Strong communities are supported by viable farming, processing, shipping, and associated businesses. And I'll be rounding back on those requests of you at the end. Next slide, please. So on the Central Coast, most of the irrigation water used comes from groundwater. And in areas with higher N levels, more focus is really needed on how to pump and farm effectively and account for the N available to the plant as an incentive, instead of creating a disincentive for utilizing irrigation water that's high in nitrogen, which unfortunately is currently the case. Many of the more than 100 crops grown on the Central Coast can't be grown in very many other places, if any. And the Central Coast region is very unique with the climate and the topography to support specialty crops, which rely on multi-cropping cycles to maintain the economics of farming. And due to a combination of factors, which include high land values, high labor costs, labor-intensive crops, and costs related to food safety, in addition to a number of other regulatory matters. Next slide, please. So there's still a lot to learn before making significant regulatory decisions related to A-R and A/R data. The first Central Coast A/R data set was submitted in 2024. And before any further recommendations are made regarding further regulations, especially those that could lead to enforcement activities such as limits, it's really important that on the Central Coast, we be able to take the time to collect additional data, conduct grower outreach, and refine reporting. So I'll get into some of those specifics here. Related to data analysis and further collection, currently we have 300 ranches reporting A-R on the Central Coast. 1,500 more will be phased in next spring, and 2,000 more will be phased in 2028. So on the Central Coast, this is a new process, and we are still in a period of learning and transition. It would be premature to make major regulatory decisions based on our limited time frame of data and a subset of acres. Also related to management practice development and optimization, this is very much an ongoing process, but I would say culturally, collectively, conversations regarding how we think about the application of fertilizer continue to grow and evolve as we're learning. In terms of reporting continuity and refinement, the way that people have historically kept their records doesn't always align with the specific reporting requirements in the Ag Order 4.0. We are taking something that has historically been an exercise in keeping purchase and sales records and turning that data into pounds of nitrogen applied and removed for a regulatory purpose. Calculations required by this order can be very complex. So we talked about calculations, or we heard about calculations earlier. On the Central Coast, the growers are meant to do the calculations themselves and report them. And a lot of time is spent by our third-party group supporting growers in refining their calculations, which can be very challenging. For many, if not most, using GeoTracker is very challenging. And for some, English is not their first language, or their farms are very small, or they aren't as comfortable using data management software. And more curated support by our third party is very much needed to support them. We suggest that when you hear from the third-party groups and the coalitions, that you really ask them to share ways that they can set up growers for success around accurately and feasibly giving them the support they need in order to really practically and efficiently meet their regulatory requirements for their reporting requirements. Additionally, we're asking for more time as it relates to identifying agronomically relevant methods for determining targets. So as we consider targets for A-R, we need to determine what's agronomically achievable for multi-cropped systems. And we need to look at the data that we have and truly have candid conversations with trusted researchers and farm advisors about what's achievable. So we recommend the expert panel provide guidance on how to approach the continuous refinement of ratios and targets as this data is gathered. And finally, continued outreach and education, continuing to focus on that which is being facilitated by Preservation Inc., the third-party group on the coast, farm advisors, CDFA's FREP, and others. So we really want and need to allow the third-party groups time to get the messages out to growers based on the data submitted and associated analysis that comes with that. Next slide. So putting aside our legal and policy concerns with respect to the use of limits, knowing that that's really not what's before the expert panel, it still must be stated that we on the Central Coast believe that at this point in the program, any discussion of limits is absolutely premature. And on the screen, what you see here are limits that were proposed in the Central Coast Water Board's Ag Order 4.0, which were not supported by the ag partners or in the end by the state's 2023 remand order. And I share this because on the Central Coast, these limits are a very real concern. Applying a nitrate discharge limit would more than likely eliminate multi-cropping cycles, which would in turn eliminate the economic viability of many crops along the Central Coast. And this would likely cause a sharp reduction in land values, lease rates, local businesses, and a considerable number of jobs, which I'll get into on the next slide. So when limits were under consideration during the adoption of Ag Order 4.0, we worked with ERA Economics to conduct an analysis of what the impact of these would be in the region. And they were able to look at the impact on lettuce grown in Monterey County only. So note that this is just a subset, one county and one commodity. But what they found was that the use of a discharge limit based on A-R for an amount that's designated to ensure no residual nitrogen is available to go leaching to groundwater would surely cripple the economic sustainability of Central Coast agriculture. And looking at lettuce alone in Monterey County, the economic impact of a nitrogen discharge limit set at 200 pounds per acre would be likely to result in an economic impact of 119.4 million per year. At 50 pounds per acre, that impact goes to 683 million per year. Similarly, the job losses that were estimated would be between 1,985 at 200 pounds to 11,340 at 50 pounds. Unaccountable in that is the socioeconomic and social justice impacts that would occur due to these job losses. Additionally, the probability of generating revenue greater than total costs or making an economic profit would fall to 14% under a 50-pound per acre nitrogen discharge limit. So on the Central Coast, such limits are likely to eliminate these multi-cropping cycles, extinguish economic viability, impact not only agriculture, but the communities that depend on the vibrant economy that it provides. Next slide, please. So during the development of Ag Order 4.0, agriculture worked very collaboratively with our farm advisors as well as our regional board to identify incentives around the use of irrigation water from higher nitrate wells. And in its remand order, while the State Water Board did not include this and other discount factors, they did note that they would expect that the expert panel would be reviewing these concepts. So the ag partners spent considerable time developing these discount factors. We appreciate the opportunity to share some perspective on their importance. So N in irrigation water makes up a considerable portion of the A calculation for certain ranches. And the current requirement to report irrigation water nitrogen without consideration of what is being used by the plant means that growers are likely to sometimes avoid irrigating with high nitrate water sources if that's a possibility for them. And the ag partners consider it critically important to reincorporate the provision that allows for applied irrigation data, this data point, to be based on the amount of N in the well water that the crop is actually using by calculating the volume used for crop evapotranspiration. Field trials on the Central Coast have demonstrated that N in irrigation water has fertilizer value during certain periods of the plant's life cycle, but doesn't at all times. For instance, during the pre-irrigation for establishing seeded and transplanted vegetables, the N uptake is minimal. So this calculation helps get to that actual number. And we very much urge the expert panel to recommend reincorporating this applied irrigation value based on the crop evapotranspiration and thereby incentivizing the use of that higher nitrogen water. Next slide. On the removed side, we very much encourage reincorporation of these elements here on the screen. And specifically, I'll speak to the scavenge element. This opens the door to the use of cover crops to reduce residual nitrogen in soils. And this practice, it must be said, it's not feasible everywhere. But this does provide an incentive to try this practice in situations where it makes sense economically, considering land rents, overhead infrastructure costs, and crop rotation timing. Additionally, treatment. This could include bioreactors on ranches or through collective treatment programs or systems to remove nitrogen from ground or surface water that counts toward a nitrogen removal value. And that's what you see here on this picture. This is an in-ground wood chip bioreactor project by the Monterey Resource Conservation District. It's a nitrate removal system designed to treat a portion of water from an agricultural ditch by pumping water into above ground tanks, then allowing that water to flow into the bottom of an excavated pit filled with wood chips. This system is effective in achieving a reduction of nitrates in water, but again, with the caveat, any such project must balance and consider substantial capital costs, complexities of that specific farm, maintenance requirements, training, et cetera. So this should be an option that receives an incentive credit. And then finally, the other category keeps the door open for removing additional nitrogen through other means not previously identified or quantified. Next slide. So again, these are the requests that I made when I started, probably just over 10 minutes ago, but I'll repeat them here. Please use the A over R and A over targets, A over R minus R as targets, not as regulatory limits, and encourage the continuous refinement of ratios and targets as data is gathered in a way that is agronomically feasible. Evaluate the acceptable ranges for the multi-year A over R ratio and A minus R target values for Central Coast crops in the manner that they are currently grown. Incorporate expanded A minus R calculations that we just described into the recommendations that you make. Balance the regional economy. Strong communities, again, are supported by viable farming and related businesses. And the A over R and A minus R targets should really be used as educational tools to inform farmers and encourage discussion about irrigation and nutrient management, not a regulatory limit. Thank you so much for your time today.
Wonderful. Thank you, Abby. Next up, it's my pleasure to introduce Kaya Rivers from the Community Water Center. Kaya works on drought, nitrate, and climate change related to drinking water issues. Originally from San Diego, Kaya attended the University of California, Santa Barbara, for a Bachelor of Arts in Environmental Studies and Political Science. During her time at UCSB, she learned about environmental justice issue and how vulnerable communities are often left out of their policymaking process. Also joining the team to present some additional considerations for the expert panel are Nat Kane from the Environmental Law Foundation. Nat was named Executive Director of ELF in 2020 and joined as a staff attorney in 2014. Nat has developed the organization's environmental justice practice, working on issues surrounding agricultural pollution in states' drinking water. His other practice areas include protecting water quality and flows for salmonid restoration, public access to public records and data, and enforcing right to know and consumer protection laws. And then finally, we're also joined by Rosa Carrillo Orozco. Rosa is originally from San Felipe in Baja California, Mexico, and moved to Salinas at the age of 17, and currently works at the San Gerardo Cooperative, where she has been dedicated for 3 years to the fight against water and environmental pollution. This work is a direct response to how these issues have long affected the residents of her community. So Kaya and Rosa and Nat online, you're welcome to use the clicker, or I can advance the slides for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for being here and for this huge opportunity when it comes to nitrate regulation in California. My name is Kaya Rivers. I'm a senior policy advocate at Community Water Center. For some more background, Community Water Center is a community-based organization, and we work alongside directly impacted communities to advocate for just water policies to ensure that all Californians have access to safe, clean, and affordable drinking water.
My apologies. Can you speak a little more closely to the microphone?
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. All right, so we're going to begin our presentation today discussing the current state of nitrate contamination in California. We'll discuss the State Water Board's history of inaction when it comes to regulating nitrate and what's really at stake for this expert panel when it comes to nitrate contamination and further regulation. I'm joined here today by my colleagues Nat Kane online from Environmental Law Foundation and Rosa Correa from San Gerardo Cooperative. We're a part of a coalition that has been engaged in the irrigated lands regulatory program for years, or since the inception of the program for some of us, because of the significant health and economic impacts that nitrate contamination has on communities. And the folks that we work with in this coalition are pictured there on that slide. So the communities that are typically impacted by nitrate contamination are farm worker communities of color, which are often low income and located in rural areas, and don't have the means to mitigate nitrate contamination on their own. And really, this expert panel is crucial to make progress towards protecting communities' access to drinking water. These communities have endured nitrate contamination for decades because nitrate application and nitrate discharge has been largely unregulated by the state, as Nat will discuss later. The state's delay to establish limits on nitrate application and discharge has led to thousands of domestic wells to become contaminated on the Central Coast and in the Central Valley. And this is especially concerning due to the fact that nitrate contamination can't be detected without a well test, leaving thousands of residents vulnerable to health impacts such as blue baby syndrome, which can be fatal for infants and children. Drinking nitrate contaminated water has also been linked to certain cancers such as stomach, colon, kidney, and thyroid cancer. Furthermore, UC Agriculture and Natural Resources Extension published a paper or report back in 2012 that cited that between the years 2006 and 2010, 57% of residents in the Salinas Valley and Tulare Lake basins depend on public water systems which exceed the nitrate MCL. And really, without nitrate discharge limits, nitrate contamination will continue to increase in these regions and impact vulnerable communities. That same report in 2012 projects that contamination in these two regions will increase to 80% by 2050. We have the data knowing that current discharges are contributing to and exacerbating current nitrate contamination, and now it's time to set some limits. So to zoom in on the nitrate impacts for each region, on the Central Coast Regional Water Board shared in their needs assessment that was published recently that 17 public water systems, 117 state small water systems, and 3,005 domestic wells exceed the MCL as a result of agricultural activity in the area. Further, these wells serve about 14,000 residents. And that means that 14,000 people are unknowingly drinking nitrate-contaminated drinking water or relying on bottled water for everyday necessities like drinking, cooking, brushing their teeth. And some of these households may also be paying their water bill in addition to buying replacement drinking water. And again, 16% of these residents are disadvantaged, meaning that 14,000 or 16% of the 14,000 residents mentioned may likely cut into the budget needed for other necessities. On the Central Valley, the 5 Priority 1 management zones and the CV salts program have once estimated that there are about 13,000 nitrate impacted households or domestic wells within these management zones, which exceed the MCL for nitrate. Management zones have tested 2,933 domestic wells since 2021, and over 50% of these wells have exceeded the MCL as well. It's been 4 years since the CV salts program began, and the program hasn't reached and provided bottled water to half of the estimated impacted domestic well owners, leaving thousands of residents vulnerable to nitrate contamination or to the additional cost to buy bottled water. So in 2010, a Fresno study found that households spend about $28 on replacement water each month. When we adjust for inflation for 2025, that means that households are spending about $40 on replacement water each month. Again, disadvantaged communities often don't have the means to address these additional costs. And even then, the replacement water is really just a Band-Aid solution at most. Removing and lifting 5-gallon jugs is often taxing and inaccessible for elderly and disabled residents. The state's estimated to spend approximately $50 million on interim solutions alone through the SAFER program, but some of that budget being dedicated to mitigate nitrate contamination and impacted communities as well. This $50 million doesn't tackle the cost that is needed for often expensive long-term solutions such as consolidation, extension of service, and treatment systems to provide a more sustainable source of drinking water for communities. And still, these long-term solutions are at times unaffordable for residents. These costs will only continue to increase without acknowledging the data that we have and setting limits. The real long-term solution is to protect our groundwater basins from further nitrate contamination with limits. And we need to act now to make sure that this solution is still feasible. The State Board's needs assessment estimates that it'll cost $5.5 billion within the next 10 years to protect small water systems. If you use these dollars for nitrate contamination, these funds won't go to other critical drinking water needs. Now is the time to manage nitrate discharges and protect communities' drinking water. Thank you. I'll pass it over to Nat.
Wonderful, thank you. Nat, if you'd like to unmute yourself, just let me know when you'd like the slides to advance.
All right, thank you very much, Sam, and to the State Board for inviting us to be here to speak today. My name is Nat Kane, and I am the Executive Director of Environmental Law Foundation, and I'm an attorney. My organization has been working on nitrate issues in California for more than 15 years, and I wish I could be there in person today to see you all face to face. What I'm going to talk about today is how this panel fits into the long history of California's failure to adequately regulate nitrate pollution resulting from irrigated agriculture, despite its legal obligation to do so. And while I'm not going to be able to talk about every twist and turn along the way, I'm going to touch on the main points here. But what I want to make clear is that this panel has power. If it recommends numeric standards for nitrate, there is a chance that those standards or a version of them could go into effect and begin to tackle this nitrate problem. If this panel recommends delay, then delay is what we're going to get, because delay is what we've gotten for the last 75 years. And I'll just point out quickly that this is not an economics panel. There will be a chance for the boards to consider cost issues in accordance with the law at other points in the regulatory process. And you'll notice that there are no economists on this panel. So I'm going to start my story after World War II. Next slide, please. There was a dramatic increase in nitrogen fertilizer use following the war. Next slide. And it wasn't long before wells began to test for high levels of nitrate. So here's a report from Delano in 1968. And it's clear that in the 60s, the literature already reflected the fact that agriculture was applying very high amounts of fertilizer. Fertilizer was contributing to nitrate problems, and that the problem was not going away. Next slide. Both the legislature and the state board created obligations for the board to address this problem. First, the anti-degradation policy, which is binding law, says that waters of better quality than state standards must be maintained at those high levels unless the state finds that degradation is consistent with the maximum benefit to the people of the state, and in no event should water degrade below those standards, and that discharges must meet requirements including best practicable treatment and control. Spoiler alert, high-quality water is going to degrade in California over the next 50 years. It will drop below state standards. And what we're going to do here at this panel is figure out what best practicable treatment and control looks like in 2025. Second, the Porter Cologne Act took water quality regulation into the modern era by requiring the regional boards to adopt basin plans that set water quality objectives, and that the boards adopt permits and implementation plans to achieve those standards. And just to be clear, unlike the Federal Clean Water Act, Porter Cologne applies to irrigation discharges and it applies to groundwater. Next slide. So over the next several decades, evidence is going to continue to mount that this nitrate problem is worsening. However, the boards are not going to take any regulatory action. So next slide. Throughout the 1970s, researchers are clearly aware that the problem is growing and that ag is contributing. Next slide. But in 1982, the Central Valley Regional Board waived the requirement for growers to report their discharges of nitrogen or to take any steps to reduce that pollution. And the Central Coast didn't issue any order regarding nitrogen discharge until 2004. Next slide. In 1988, 20 years after the adoption of the anti-ag policy, the State Board issued a report to the legislature finding that the problem was indeed continuing to get worse. So here's a map of wells testing above the MCL from 1975 to 1987. And note those clusters in the Central Valley and Salinas Valley. Next slide. The research was already beginning to identify crops and practices that were problematic. Next slide. And the report noted that the contamination was particularly severe in the Salinas Valley, where it predicted that half of wells would exceed the MCL by 2000. Next slide. And it recommended action. It recommended better data collection, and it recommended a development of regulatory approaches. Next slide. But no action was forthcoming, and the problem kept getting worse. There's a study in 1998 that found that 24% of sampled wells in the San Joaquin Valley now exceeded the MCL. Next slide. In 1999, the legislature took notice of this issue and the fact that the state board and the regional boards were not acting, and it passed SB 390, which required that the kind of indefinite waivers that had been in effect in the Central Valley would no longer be permitted. Now, waivers had to comply with the basin plan. They had to have specified conditions, including monitoring, and they needed to be evaluated and renewed every 5 years. Next slide. In response, the regional boards finally did take some action, but they didn't have any requirements for groundwater protection, and they didn't even require basic data collection such as nitrogen applied. Unsurprisingly, these waivers did not fix the problem. Next slide. In 2004, the state board, under direction from the legislature, adopted the non-point source policy. This is binding law that puts more specific requirements on waivers and permits. Now, they must specify management practices that will achieve water quality objectives. There must be a timeline that is no longer than reasonably necessary to achieve that goal, and there must be feedback mechanisms to ensure that the program is working. And I do want to push back here on the earlier presentation that gave the impression that the non-point source policy allows endless iteration with no compliance deadline, because that's not what the policy says. The policy requires a timeline, and it requires achievement of water quality objectives. In 2012, the legislature adopted the Human Right to Water Act, which confirms that all Californians have a right to safe drinking water. And by this point, the legal structure is in place. But again, spoiler alert, nothing from the enactment of the non-point source policy until today is going to put an effective, enforceable program in place that will put ag on a path to ceasing polluting discharges of nitrogen. Next slide. Now, I'm going to briefly trace the path that was taken in the Central Valley, followed by the Central Coast. And some of this has been covered by the other speakers. But in the Central Valley, in 2012, the board adopted a new permit. This permit included a management practice-based groundwater quality plans, and required collection of some nitrogen data, but that data was reported only in aggregated form. Environmental groups petitioned this to the state board, but the state board did not act for 6 years because it wanted to wait for the first expert panel to meet before making a decision. Next slide. So in 2018, 4 years after that expert panel's report, and 50 years after the anti-degradation policy's adoption, the state board adopted the Eastern San Joaquin Order. So this order required those same management practice-based water quality plans. It required field level A and R reporting, but there was no binding numeric standard for nitrogen application or discharge. And there was a non-regulatory approach to developing targets at the township scale, which is a 6 by 6 mile area. The Eastern San Joaquin Order also announced an expectation that a second expert panel would meet, that's you, before adopting a numeric regulatory standard in the Central Valley. And I just want to push back on another point that was mentioned earlier in the presentation. The state board found that there was no privacy interest or trade secret status in the data that was required to be anonymously reported under the Eastern San Joaquin Order. Next slide. So to go back to the Central Coast, in 2012, the Central Coast Board adopted what they called Ag Order 2.0 in 2012. Now, this order required total nitrogen applied reporting for some growers, and it required progress towards a nitrogen balance ratio. But in 2013, the state board struck down those nitrogen balance requirements. And this is a key point, again required that first expert panel to convene before adopting any regulatory approach to nitrate. So next slide. Before that panel met, the UC Davis prepared another report to the legislature, one that should be familiar to at least one member of this panel. And this report concluded, among many other things, that nitrogen was not just a legacy problem, that loading was ongoing. Next slide. And that ag is a major contributor to this problem. Next slide. This first expert panel met in 2014, and I want to point out that the expert panel did not recommend a regulatory standard based on A over R. Instead, it recommended aggregated data collection and a focus on A over R as guidance. Next slide. In 2018, the Court of Appeal ruled that the state board's modification of the Central Coast Ag Order 2.0 violated the non-point source policy because it failed to include a time schedule with milestones for meeting water quality requirements. Next slide. So that brings us to April 2021, when, after this Court of Appeal direction, the Central Coast Board adopted Ag Order 4.0, which is going to be a real subject of conversation over the course of this panel. And in our view, this was a major potential step forward towards addressing nitrogen discharge. This order was based on findings that the previous approaches, education, reporting, and management practice improvement, were not working to reduce nitrogen application or discharge. Next slide. As a result, Ag Order 4.0 was the first ever permit in California that contained an enforceable numeric standard for nitrogen application and discharge. Next slide. But we'll never know if this program would have worked, because in 2023, the state board struck down those enforceable standards. It stated that before any regional board can adopt a new regulatory approach for nitrate, this expert panel must convene and give recommendations. And only then will the board consider any numeric or other regulatory standard for nitrate pollution. So as we have seen, and as we will see through this panel, including at our NGO data presentation next week, the non-regulatory approaches so far employed have not addressed the issue. High levels of discharge are ongoing in both the Central Coast and the Central Valley. It's been more than 10 years since that first expert panel. It's been more than 20 years since the non-point source policy was adopted, a quarter century since SB 390, and almost 60 years since Porter Cologne and the anti-DAG policy were adopted. And as the Central Coast Board found, every year of delay means multiple years of cleanup for these aquifers. The previous state board orders, Central Coast in 2013, Eastern San Joaquin in 2018, and Central Coast again in 2023, all focused on data collection while deferring setting numeric standards into the future with no timeline for doing so and putting technical questions to expert panels. If this panel doesn't recommend effective regulatory standards, if it recommends only further data collection, in my opinion, it will likely be another decade or more before the next opportunity will arise. That potential decade of delay, 10 more years of packing surplus nitrogen into the ground, could push compliance dates with the water quality objectives well beyond the centennial of Porter Cologne and well into the next century. The State Board has placed the power to potentially avoid that fate into your hands. For the sake of the people like Rosa, who we'll hear from next, we ask that you act. Next slide. We ask that you carefully evaluate the data that has been collected. We know there are imperfections in the data, but we can't let perfect be the enemy of the good. We ask that this data make recommendations for numeric standards that can be implemented and can begin bringing discharge levels down and set us on the legally required path towards clean water. Thank you. I'll pass it to Rosa.
Thank you, Nat. So next up, we'll hand it over to Rosa Carrillo Orozco.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be in front of you.
Can you pull the microphone down just a little bit closer? Thank you.
Can. So my name is Rosa Carrillo. I'm the current general manager for San Gerardo Cooperative. And like I said, I appreciate the time to give me to talk about my community, San Gerardo. San Gerardo, was formed back in 1977 by farm workers' families that they came from Mexico to work in the fields. But when they came here, they didn't have a stable place to live. So they got together and was an opportunity, so they bought a land so they can build their houses, but they build it with their own hands. So with many help from the family and volunteers from the community. And this land that they bought is surrounded by agriculture fields. So they were so happy because now they have a place so they can go home. They can go, they can see their families grow. But this happiness came to an end. Back in 1990, when they were informed that the well that they were providing water for them and their families was contaminated with nitrates. So that came like what's going to happen with us and our families. So a new well was drilled. So well number 2 came to San Gerardo Cooperative. So they were happy again. Okay, so now the problem was fixed. So they were happy, but then reality came again. The second well was contaminated. So they had to drill another well. So they were thinking, so now what? So they did it, they got help. But this third well, also the family, they were presenting with a lot of illness. A lot of people, they were getting rashes, they were getting hives, they were losing their hair. And also was documented a case of the baby blue syndrome. So the family, they were not just affected because mentally or physically, but they were also affected financially. So now the third well is contaminated, so they were thinking, so now what? So then a fourth well came into an effect. So, but because San Gerardo, they made an assessment and they didn't find a good water in San Gerardo. San Gerardo is like 32 acres, but they didn't find clean water there. So they had to drill the well almost 2 miles away from San Gerardo. So this is the fourth well. So now you're going to say, well, you have a new well. But now we are facing again with the same reality. If you can see the chart, we already the levels in our new well is at 8.2. So for us and for my family, the people that is living in the community, so it's again the fear, what is going to happen to us? For our community, we know that something is wrong, And is the reason why we are here asking the expert panel, like, to help us, to put a limit, because it has to be a limit. It's not like just something. We are facing this reality for so many years. San Gerardo has been suffering a lot. Residents are there been suffering. Probably for someone it's just a number, but for us it's our family. They have a name. We are been losing our families to cancer. In our community right now, we have 4 members there are battling cancer. One of them, she's the lowest income lady, and she just endured her 7th surgery last week to remove a part of her skin because she is battling skin cancer. So she is afraid to use the water, so she have to buy bottled water in order for her to meet her necessities. So I'm here today representing her, representing my community, 250 people that lives in my community. And I know it's a lot of people out there, a lot of communities that they don't have anyone to come here and to talk for them. So I'm here to be a voice for them. I'm here standing in front of you, asking to put a limit. It's now. We can afford to wait another 10 years, another 20 years. I know everyone, it's we have a families that works in the fields, and I know that's really important for our economy. But if we have money but we don't have health, doesn't matter. So it's the reason why I'm here, and I'm gonna be repeating myself, because we are here because has been a lack of action from our government, from our officials. So you guys, I'm sorry, I'm correct myself. So the expert panel has the opportunity to do something good for our communities that are suffering. And like I said, it's many communities that no one is talking about because they're being forgotten. They're just suffering in silence without clean water and without help. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all of our presenters for joining this morning. We know that that was just a monumental amount of information from a variety of perspectives to hear from. Next, we want to give people the opportunity to actually kind of ingest that a little bit, think through it, and then we'll reconvene after lunch to ask additional questions of all of the presenters that you heard from this morning. For those joining us online and for those that are here in the room, I would ask that everybody returns back here to the room no later than 1:30 p.m. We will get started at that point. We have a little bit of additional time here, but probably not enough to open it up for discussion right now. So with that, we'll see you at 1:30. Thank you all. And for our panelists, let us know if you need help getting out of there. I know it's a bit of a maze. We can send somebody around. next portion of the agenda is an opportunity for our panelists to ask questions on all of the great material that you heard this morning. There were a variety of perspectives shared and a lot of information about both the Irrigated Lands Program itself, as well as the actions that led up to it and the 2014 recommendations. So we don't have specific guiding questions for you, and we'll wait just another moment while folks find their seats. It's really an opportunity just for you to engage with all of the presenters from this morning. And I think folks are still filtering in, so we'll give them another minute or two before we get started. Thank you. Okay, I believe that's all of our presenters. I know that Michael and Richard will be in momentarily. It looks like Hannah and Thomas have rejoined us online as well. So as I said, it's just really an opportunity for you to engage with the presenters as panelists and ask any questions that you have about all of the data and information that was shared earlier. I will note, I mean, you saw the volume of slides. I'm happy to go back to any particular slides that you might have had a question about. Just let me know, and I'll zoom right to those. But with that, I want to just go ahead and open it up for any discussion. We don't have a formal process set up, and since there's only 6 of you on the dais right now, I encourage you just to unmute and jump in whenever you have a question you'd like to ask.
I have a question.
Please.
I have a few questions, actually. My first question is for Darren. Thank you so much for your presentation and for sort of walking us through the process and how we arrived here. I was wondering if you could share more on some of the management practices that were in the East San Joaquin order. And just in your opinion, how has those practices been from the farmer standpoint? I know that the farmers are required to report to the coalitions, and then there's the part there for outreach, engagement, and management practices. I would just want to get a better sense of how those management practices are going, and maybe what the board had in mind when you're thinking about management practices when it comes to nitrate control.
Yeah, great question. So there actually is no management practices in the petition order and the order that we basically remanded back. The concept is that we looked at some, and there were some standard ones that were often bandied about, like farmers should do this, but I could usually defeat it and be like, well, in this instance, that's actually a bad thing to do, and they shouldn't do it. So what we set up was that really is the reporting regime by which they show that they are doing management practices and that they are monitoring their progress. And we pushed it to the coalitions that they would be the keepers of management practices that are working, and that they should, with their farmers, say, this one's working around here in this neck of the woods, and these are ones we think you should try, or these are ones that aren't working for other farmers. That feedback loop needed to be organic, and it needed to be with the coalitions, not as a directive in the order.
Thank you. Maybe I can move the question to Eric, if that's fine, Sam. Eric, do you have a sense, maybe from the coalitions, of examples of some of these practices that they're taking, and maybe just where we are with some of those practices?
I would have to defer to our DWQ staff and folks who are working in the ILRP program directly. As an attorney, I'm not really focused down to that level. So,
Lolly, I don't know, maybe you might be able to weigh in.
And also, I mean, at some point, can we have the opportunity
Of course,
to share?
yes. Yeah.
question again, please.
I can, thank you. My question was about management practices that are being taken, if there are any that are being taken by farmers, and if the coalitions have examples of some of those practices that farmers are currently practicing.
Oh, thank you. Kelsey Moore, with the Division of Water Quality. I work on the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program with LALE. I actually don't know the answer to that question. I believe some of the coalitions will report that in their annual reports, but I'm not 100% sure.
Tess and Abby, I know you work directly with some of the coalitions. You may be able to provide some additional information.
Yeah, I think we can provide quite a bit. Thank you for the question. I appreciate that. And in fact, yes, there is a lot happening with respect to the implementation of management practices, as well as evaluation of the efficacy of those management practices. You know, within the Central Valley program, we have the Management Practice Evaluation Program, which includes an evaluation of the different practices and their efficacy. We have modeled and looked and talked to growers, and many of them are doing like split applications, right? Splitting an application and timing of application has a tremendous impact potentially on trying to control the amount of nitrate that would load to groundwater. That's an example of one of the management practices that are being implemented. There are other pilot projects going on with respect to, you know, that we talked about biochar projects and bioreactor components. That is another component with respect to pilot projects happening. We have a number of other different, you know, irrigation practices. Changes in irrigation practices are a big part of implementation with respect to controlling of nitrate, with respect to making sure you're controlling potential loading to groundwater. And that irrigation practice change, of course, is related to lots of different components: water supply, water sources. You still have to manage salinity buildup in the soil, and it can also be crop specific. We know a number of different crops that have gone to, you know, micro sprinkler irrigation in order to also to help control the rate of fertilizer application. So, number of different things happening in the field. With respect to management practices, they are reported annually in the management practice implementation reports that growers submit, that are then compiled and put forward by the coalitions. So that information is available in the NPIRs. And I believe next week, the Central Valley Water Board will be presenting, and it'd probably be a great question for the Central Valley Water Board when they're here next week as well.
Thank you. Yeah, additionally, if I can add to that, there have been advancements in things like irrigation technologies to making sure that the water, like the flow rate and the pressure, is best meeting the need and demand at the time. There's also a lot going on in ag tech to look at opportunities to for precision agriculture, making sure that we're applying fertilizer at that right place at the right time as much as possible. I've talked to growers on the Central Coast who are using Crop Manage, which is really informing their decision making as to when they're applying fertilizer, and they're balancing that against reentry periods for going into the field, and, you know, the field being wet and not being able to go in to a field. But looking at all those factors, it's really helping people. Things like Crop Manage are really helping people make decisions. And then I think it's also always important to remind ourselves that, you know, agriculture pays a meal tax assessment to CDFA that goes through the FRET program. And so that FRET program is doing substantial research on like the management of nitrogen fertilizers, and has been for the last 10 years and more. And so all of that funding is really informing. And then FREP and others have conferences and talk about those BMPs. And one of the things that I've heard and seen is that you have more and more grower like peer-to-peer learning coming through that program, where you have growers today who are willing to get up and talk about what they're doing on the field in the farm. And I think that that's really impactful to other growers, right? To hear it from one another, in addition to hearing it from like the trusted researchers and farm advisors that they work with.
Thank you.
Can I
Other
just
questions
add-
from?
Can I just add
Oh,
something
yes.
there?
Karen, please.
Since you mentioned the FRET program, I did want to mention that we're working with CDFA to get a presentation for you on that program, probably at your October meeting, and provide you some resources around it ahead of that.
Great, thank you. Other questions from our panelists?
I have one question
Ali,
for,
please.
for Tess. You had a very good presentation about the economic impact of the program and asked the panelists for economic sustainability in the recommendation to consider. So can you elaborate about those numbers? Because those numbers mean something. So where those numbers come from?
Are you talking about the numbers that actually?
The economic impact of the program.
Yeah, and actually, I think those were in Abby's slides. Yeah, and actually, that was a report from ERA Economics, who are professionals that did a analysis. Again, it was a focused analysis during the Central Coast order process, and that can definitely be made available. But that was part of the Central Coast process, and it was done by ERA Economics that are specialized in evaluating the kind of the regulatory impacts and economic impacts, which I want to make sure that, you know, economic impacts, as you all know, is different than costs. There is the cost of implementing the program. Cost is just one component. The economic impact is what is the actual larger impact to the economy with respect to, will that change the viability of maintaining a multi-crop system in the Central Coast, right? And if you can't have a multi-crop system in the Central Coast, is it viable to continue to farming those crops within the Central Coast region? And that would then be that kind of regional economic component.
And if I could follow up on that as well, actually, Abby, it would be helpful to hear if there's any details you can provide on where are the economic impacts coming from? Is it higher costs of production? Is it losses of sales? Is it higher opportunity costs, labor costs? Can you provide any more details on how those economic impacts are being calculated?
We'll make sure this was submitted into the record in the Ag Waiver 4.0 discussions, and we'll make sure to get a copy over to Karen so that this can be provided as well. But as I recall, it's really a lot of that is due to the fact that it's like Tess said, like that multi-cropping system will not be feasible with the limits that were proposed on the Central Coast, and therefore just simply the balance doesn't occur in terms of what is needed to bring in order to be able to farm economically on the Central Coast. And therefore, there's not the financial wherewithal to have the employees, to pay the land rents, to do all of those things in order to sustain a farm. And so therefore, you have all of these repercussions like those shown on the screen.
Is that, and I'm sorry, you may have already said it, is that a report that can be publicly shared at this point?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you.
That would be great. Thank you.
Of course.
If maybe we can just touch base and I can circulate it around after the meeting. Absolutely. All right. So certainly want to go to the other panelists here. I also want to make sure that we're giving the space for Hannah Waterhouse and Thomas Harder to chime in as well online. If you have any questions, just go ahead and unmute and jump in the queue. But other questions from our panelists? One from Richard.
This is for Darren. During the last expert panel discussions, I don't know if you know some of the details, but I was a little interested in how they just arrived at the 2R components that they chose, and they didn't have other components that like what was included in the Central Coast Ag Order 4.0.
Yeah, so they really wanted to keep it simplistic and felt that those two numbers were holistic in the value. And I think there's a little bit of like, let me use an example of the cover crop scavenging. So we talked about that, but we're like, well, if you're actually planting a cover crop and then removing it, then that's a harvest and it should be counted as a removed harvest. It's whatever you're taking out. It really was kind of a farm gate approach. Everything that goes in, tell me what that is. Everything that leaves the field, that's fine. But if it's a cover crop that scavenges it up and then holds it, that's going to show up then in your soil samples when you're pulling your nitrogen samples before your next planting. And so you know it's there. So it wasn't removed. It didn't do anything. It stayed in the field, which is great. You held it up, which will help improve your A/R ratio, but it isn't necessary to have a separation of it. And so they did talk a lot about a bunch of the details of like going into some of those, but we always resolved back to just the simplistic, broad definitions of the ones we had, and it was inclusive of those other components.
Any recognition of, that because it's a system that's multi-year and you did talk about, they want to average it over a 3-year period, but what goes on this year does carry over to the next year, but that's kind of a system that maybe was that just a little bit too much to address, or did they feel like, no, that's not really useful?
Yeah, so they did talk quite a bit about that as well in my memory. So the hard part was that there was a strong consensus that a singular year or a singular cropping cycle was not going to be representative at all, because there's too many things that happen in that short of window of time. And like my example of, getting a call from your buyer that he's not going to buy your crop and you disc it under. And so, that year looks really horrible if you're just counting it as that year. So that led them to the multi-year. They felt it was a minimum of 3. They weren't quite sure that was, because there wasn't enough data and evidence that was perfect. But they were like, it's a minimum 3 years, and that's something that a future panel kind of needs to contemplate when they're examining a 5-year data window of the data set to see, is it 3? Is it not look like it's 3? Because that was, uncertain for sure as to exactly how to manage that. But that averaging over a period of cycles is important to try to then, meter out those extreme cases that kind of then throw you off.
Okay. Thank you.
See a hand up from Hannah online. Dr. Waterhouse, if you'd like to chime in.
Yeah, thank you. I can't remember if I heard this from Nat or Abby or Tess, but I wanted to just see if you could fill in a little more detail for me about the outreach and education efforts. I think it was on the Central Coast from, I believe, a period, and I could be wrong on this, but 2014 to 2019, and how that was determined that was not effective in the monitoring that was happening. Yeah, if you could just fill in a lot more detail about what that outreach and education effort looks like. Was there enough funding? And yeah, fill in just a little more color there for me.
I think maybe I would provide one clarification and then defer to Abby, and of course Nat has his hand up as well. But I also think it's important, the first iteration of irrigated lands orders were surface water oriented, right? And so in that 2014 to 2019, if I recall correctly, the irrigated lands order would have been surface water based. And not quite yet going into the nitrate groundwater component of the program. It was like the Central Valley brought in groundwater in the 2012, 2013 timeframe. I think Ag Order 3.0 was the first one that brought in groundwater on the Central Coast in a way where it was, there was education and outreach, and there was monitoring of domestic wells on irrigated lands. Parcels started to happen at that point in time. But it is this, I can't think of the word, I'm done, this level of new orders that have been happening since the East San Joaquin presidential order that have gone to more of a nitrate regulatory component, right, with targets and irrigation and nitrogen management plans and what that means in the reporting. There was always farm plans on the Central Coast, and there was, education and outreach through the Preservation Inc. program about filling out those farm plans, and by the Central Coast Water Board staff as well. But the maturity of the program for groundwater and nitrate, to me, in my opinion, really starts after that, 2014 component, when the program started to mature more and after the East San Joaquin presidential order. So hopefully that helps provide a little bit of context.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't characterize that previous outreach was unsuccessful in any way. I would just say that there's just heightened awareness as through the evolution of the orders and the reporting that the growers are doing, the more information that they're getting back from their third party on the Central Coast, Preservation Inc., is heightening awareness. And as I said previously, I think that the kind of the culture of understanding, awareness, peer-to-peer learning, interest in understanding what our fertilization and nitrates to groundwater and all of these discussions is just growing and growing and growing as time has gone on.
Thank you. And I do think Nat wanted to respond as well online. Welcome him to jump in.
Thank you. Just a couple points. There in the Central Coast, there were education and planning requirements in the 2012 order that were then modified in the 2013 State Board order. And there was a requirement in those orders to improve management practices. And I think there was a lot of concern from the environmental community that those requirements were not strong enough, but they were in there. And then I think on the flip side of that is the findings that were made in the Central Coast in 2021 when it adopted the Ag Order 4.0 that did attempt to impose a numeric standard, was that they had a set of data for total nitrogen applied going back to 2014. And by 2021, there was no trend of decreasing nitrogen application. And so that was one of the bases for the finding that those education and planning requirements were not having an effect.
Thank you. Additional questions, Ruth?
I have a question just to follow up on the discussion about educational efforts. For anybody who presented or anybody who knows, what are the different funding sources that have supported those types of educational efforts? Have some of those been grower associations, or I know there's obviously been like training for CCAs that Dr. Harder was involved in. So I feel like the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program hasn't had the type of support for technical assistance and education at the state level that some other regulatory programs have had. And I'm just curious what the options are for supporting education. Like where can those efforts be funded from, or what has worked in the past for that?
I can start, and if others want to chime in. So for the Central Valley Irrigated Lands Coalitions, they do fund their education and outreach through what they charge the growers to help them administer the program, right? So they do put together and send to every grower every year annually what their A over R and A minus R ratio are, right? And where they stand as compared to others in the same area growing the same crop. There are annual meetings and there are direct coalition meetings where they will bring almond growers in, say, Stanislaus County together and say, all right, you group of folks, this is what we want to talk about, and to be very nitrate specific. They'll get help and assistance from the almond board to come in, bring in the Patrick Browns of the world that many of you I know work with. We do have in the Southern Management Practice Evaluation Program, there have been a number of grants that have been received that are also providing funding in order to actually set up one-on-one educational components with growers to talk about, nitrogen and fertilizer. But there are some FREP-funded grants that have come into the education component. There are some CIG grants that have come through the Natural Resources, Conservation Service. But I would say for most of the coalition education and outreach efforts that happen day in and day out every year are grower funded through what they pay to the coalition for the administration of the program.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thomas, please.
Yeah, I have a few questions. Maybe the first question to Darian. I will first of all, thank you so much for these great presentations. I really appreciate the detail, appreciate the comprehensiveness, the conciseness, and I think you all made it very clear what the issues are, what the challenges are, and where you all come from. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate all the different angles on this very challenging issue. I think I heard from Nat a little bit about the difference between the 2018 finding on the ESJ, on the East San Joaquin water versus the 2023 State Water Board order that was more focused on the Central Valley, on the Central Coast 4.0 order. I just wanted to make sure I understand sort of the core differences or the core issue, or how the 2023 order is different from the 2018 order. And I wanted to ask you, Darian, can you sort of repeat sort of in nuts and bolts what 2018 is about versus what 2023 is about?
I'll do my best. And of course, it's biased by my own impression of it. So definitely check me on all of this. So the 2018, I feel like the driver for it was obviously creating a measurement metric first and foremost that then could be informative into an iterative cycle of improvement. And there was kind of an overriding consideration that we didn't know how good we could get with efficiency of nitrogen application yet. And so the program was kind of constructed that the coalitions would be the vehicle by which that would pursue that. And at some point in the future, which is the reason the 2018 panel or the 2018 petition order called for another panel, was like, we need someone to come back after that data set's created and the coalitions have moved forward and evaluate that. And of course, it left open the question of, could there be limits at that point and what would they look like? But we didn't have a clear enough vision of what those could be. Looking at the Central Coast 4.0 order, I think it was something we actually explored, not with the expert panel, but internally with the technical team at the state board when we were reviewing the petition, which was, are there limits we could set now? And from the guidance from the expert panel and our own exploration, it felt really difficult to do that in a generic sense, because it was just from my own experience, it's crop specific, it's soil specific, and it felt like setting these arbitrarily percentage goals that then ratchet down become very difficult to, and would actually be a bit of a setback in groundwater protection, that we would get there faster if we improved everybody's efficiency, and then we're able to say that that could be a limit or have triggering responses, even if it's not technically a violation limit, but at least an action level or something like that could go forward. And I think some of that, personally, myself, is driven by running the numbers on how little nitrate per acre it takes to actually violate groundwater quality for drinking water. And I know at one time, Dr. Harder, you and I compared notes on that at a meeting, and we both agreed that it's an incredibly small number. It, of course, depends on how much deep perk you have, but it's a really number that would be really hard to achieve in many agricultural settings as we understand them now, and how much nitrogen we're putting on for some of the crops. So we definitely looked at that approach that would later, I think, showed up as a kind of a concept for a limit basis in Order 4.0, but didn't really go that way associated with that. I guess just for note, for everybody's clearance as well, while I was on the petition team for 2018 in East San Joaquin, I did outreach to Region 4 as they were developing their order and consulted with them. So I was precluded from the petition team for the second petition. So I was not on that petition team and overlooking that particular order. So Region 3, right. The Region 3, sorry, I'm sorry.
I think
4.0 is what was in my head, and I meant Region 3's 4.0 order, so apologies. But yeah, is that close to what you were looking for, Tomas?
Yeah, I think that's affirmative, I think, of some of what Nat said, and I think Nat wants to comment on it as well.
Okay. Yeah, Nat, please.
Sorry, I was on mute. I just want to clarify for a little bit about what Ag 4.0 did. And I know I'm sure there's a variety of experience levels with it on the panel. But it set two different kinds of, it was a little complicated, so I'll try to summarize. It set an application set of limits and targets, and it set a discharge set of limits and targets. And the application limits and targets were based on literally just how much nitrogen can you use on your fields, regardless of yield or removed or anything. It was based on a finding that at these very high levels of application, essentially, there's no justification for applying extremely high levels of nitrogen. So it was set at a very high level at, I believe initially it was the 90th percentile of growers. And it was found that that level of application would be consistent with the fertilizer recommendations for every major crop except broccoli. And even then it was at the extremely high end. And then it also set a discharge limit and target, which was based on essentially an A minus R calculation. I don't want to get into the details because that would take way too much time. But those limits and targets would ratchet down over time from initially a very high number that would be achievable by a vast majority of growers, and over a multi-decade period of time would ratchet down to a level that was viewed as being protective of groundwater. But that would be well in the future. And it's important to point out that even at that level, there is still a significant minority of growers who are achieving those levels as of today, which I think we'll get into more next week when we get into the data side of things. So I just wanted to put that out for the other members of the panel. And I also I'm saying limits and targets because I'm trying to be a little bit precise. It's a complicated order. Both these are complicated orders, but in the Central Coast, there's a third-party program and an individual program, and members of the third-party program were treated a little bit differently and had more time to come into compliance with those targets. But in any event, all of that got remanded by the state board order in 2023. So it's a little bit of an academic exercise at this point. So I hope that was helpful and just putting a little more detail on that.
Thank you. Another hand up from Thomas, and then we'll go back to folks in the room.
Yeah, I would be curious. So my first question would be sort of in response to what both Darian and Nat said. I would be curious to hear a response from Darian in terms of sort of this approach to set really sort of wide limits where we say, let's address the worst problems and then sort of slowly kind of drive down a path where we get better and better. And I wanted to know what the 2023 petition or the review of the 2023 petition, the State Water Board order, how it looked at that approach to sort of start somewhat wide and then sort of march towards something that actually meets drinking water limits or drinking water standards. That would be my first question. And I'm going to go through the rest of my questions because they're all related. The second question would be to all the panelists. And that is, in the charge, all of our considerations are going to be led by finding solutions to the questions that are protective of groundwater quality, but also protective of sustainable irrigated lands regulatory program. And my question is perhaps a legal question, which is, where do we stand in California legally in terms of balancing the protection of water quality versus the protection of the agricultural economy in both Port of Cologne and in the implementation of these non-point source programs? What do we as an expert panel need to know about the balancing between these two? Because clearly it's going to come down, all of the answers and all of the considerations are going to be in that consideration of protecting water quality, protecting a sustainable irrigated lands regulatory program. That's a balancing act. And what do we need to know from a legal perspective and from a policy perspective on what the standards are in California? That's the second question. And then the third question, which is sort of immediately protruding out of this last one, is as a technical expert panel, what is your expectation on us shying away or not shying away from making policy decisions? I hear from Tess and Abby that we shouldn't be setting limits because there are huge implications for the industry for that. I hear from Ned and Rosa and others that we've waited for a long time for things to change, and we still haven't set limits, and there's limits in other programs. I'm thinking, we're going to have minimum thresholds in the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and the groundwater sustainability plans. Everybody had to pick a minimum threshold on 6 sustainability indicators to be implemented within 20 years. Why not have something like that here? But for me, the question is, as a technical expert, to me, that's a policy decision. And yes, there's a lot of uncertainty in the system. There's a lot of uncertainty about nitrogen cycle. There's uncertainty about groundwater. And Dr. Burt's presentation, as Darian pointed out, highlighted that 10 years ago. What's your expectation of us in addressing policy questions versus technical questions? And that's to the entire panel and to the board, that question.
Thank you for those questions, Thomas. I'll look to State Board first to respond, and then any responses and thoughts by panel members would be wonderful. So just to recap, your first question, hopefully I got this right, was in the ag orders, are you open to the idea of kind of starting with wider limits and narrowing down? Can you restate your first question, Thomas?
My first question was, Nat says, there were limits, but they start kind of really broad, but then over time they kind of ratchet down to where we are meeting water quality. And as you mentioned there, and we've sat down, and these water quality limits, the maximum contaminant level is easy to exceed. It doesn't take too many pounds of nitrogen to exceed those. And in the lit review that was submitted, those numbers are in there, and it's in Ag 4.0. What was the opinion of the State Water Board on, or why not go down that road when it's that wide? And then was it because it wasn't becoming specific enough as it goes down to specific crops? And so it said, let's just unwrap the whole thing and start over. Or was there an objection to sort of this funneling down approach altogether?
So I think it starts with one of the opinions of the first expert panel regarding education as being key to improving it. And there was a concept that if you put on a form that they can put 500 pounds per acre, they've got permission to put 500 pounds per acre. They don't have to think about it. They don't have to understand what's going on. It defeats in some fashion your ability to educate them as to what's really happening. And then you don't end up with a learning process heading into kind of the understanding of the A over R. And we saw a lot of that, in our conversation with farmers. I grew up in the ag community, and there was a lot of people like my grandpa always put 400 pounds on, and I'm going to put 400 pounds on, to the day I die. And you got to try to get through to those people, which many of you have spent your careers doing, to express why that's probably not in their economic interest. And of course, from a regulatory standpoint, not in the interest of protection of groundwater quality either. So there was that component was part of it. Part of it was what you said, which is, it seemed to be taking too long to get there in a way. We really thought we could get there quicker by a broader education component. And then that unless you're going to get to saying that no one can lose more than, 5 to 10 pounds per acre on an A-R type of calculation, that you aren't necessarily going to achieve water quality standards, and that now at that point you have eliminated lots of type of agriculture that just can't function at that form, at that minimal loss. It is a biological system. It's going to have its ups and downs, and that we need to do some broader scale averaging. It's not always at the farm scale. You've got to contemplate that there are fields that are going to be fallowed in a township. You've got to contemplate that there is a broader input kind of component to hopefully get some benefit from those factors in the concept of it. And so just a limit on a farmer, wasn't necessarily going to achieve the outcome we necessarily wanted. So that was part of the deliberative concepts and why we kind of picked the way we did versus the other, even though it was debated and considered at times.
So the other two questions, I might take them out of order if that's okay. And this very much for the state board staff as well. As a technical expert panel, what's your expectation on making policy recommendations? And Karen, looks like you might be able to chime in.
Well, I'll let Patrick weigh in too. We've asked all our regional board representatives to weigh in at will as well, since they're sort of on the ground implementing the program. So I'll let Patrick introduce himself, and maybe I'll add to anything.
Again,
Go ahead.
thank you, Karen, for offering me the opportunity to steal the mic for just a minute or so. My name is Patrick Paloop. I'm the Executive Officer of the Central Valley Water Board. I think, Thomas, to answer your question, I think whatever results that this panel comes up with, the charge will be directed to the state and regional boards to implement it in some manner. So I think in that sense, there is going to be a mix of both policy and technical decisions that will need to be made by the state and regional boards. My anticipation is that the State Water Board will strongly nudge the regional boards to do something with whatever you generate, to incorporate it into the existing permits that we have, and to take account of what you say in our future planning actions as well. With respect to kind of, and I'm the attorney that unfortunately got this position somehow, some way. I think my perspective and the perspective of our board on what the legal requirements are is that at the end of the day, our board has to afford protection of the beneficial uses in groundwater and surface water. Now, there is a bit of a wiggle in Porter Cologne to ensure reasonable protection of beneficial uses. The way the regional board interprets that reasonable charge is that we can afford the agricultural community or other dischargers amount of time to come into compliance with reasonable limits, reasonable programs that protect those beneficial uses. So at the end of the day, if groundwater is designated as supporting the municipal supply, which most of the groundwater of the Central Valley is, at the end of some set period of time, these growers have to protect that beneficial use. So you put the well in and you'll be able to pull up drinkable water. Now, one other complexity into the equation is we do have the discretion under our planning programs, under our basin plans, to create, I say, more creative solutions to those problems. And in those planning exercises, we explicitly can take into account environmental and economic issues, essentially the viability of the communities that we are both protecting and the communities that we're regulating. And those are found in Water Code 13241. So when we go through this exercise with our permits, we got to protect beneficial uses. Reasonable protection of beneficial uses gives us the latitude to create timeframes under which those uses are protected. And if we want to do something more creative, if we actually want to say, well, maybe this doesn't support a municipal supply beneficial use, then we run through an analytical process as part of our planning program to change the endpoints, to move the goalposts in that way. So again, that's our perspective. It's been something that, has been debated heavily for the 20 years that I've been working on this program. I started working on this in 2007 during the waiver period and kind of been tracking it ever since then. But that's just the regional board's perspective on how this is going to work. And certainly as the largest agricultural region in the state, it's going to be a heavy burden no matter what, falling on our shoulders to implement what you decide to do, your recommendations. Hope that's helpful.
Thank you. All right. And the final question, Karen, I don't know if you wanted to weigh in as well.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Oh, that thing moves. Mary Hamilton, Central Coast Water Board, hard act to follow always, but I wanted to echo much of what Patrick said. And then just also reiterate that, the panel's charge is technical expertise, and we are hoping for your recommendations so that we can do our part, which is economic analysis and policy decision-making based on your recommendations. And so I just really wanted to reiterate that and thank you again for your time and commitment to this work and to help us move forward with these ag orders.
Okay.
Well, and I guess I'll just echo what Mary just said, which is our expectation is that you focus on the technical, both in terms of any, recommendations for metrics that we can use, formulas that we can use to assess the efficacy of our program. You may end up telling us you need limits, which is a possibility. And then the feasibility, I think the technical aspects of feasibility of achieving those metrics, formulas, limits, whatever it is that you end up proposing are truly recommendations to our boards, as Patrick mentioned. And from the perspective, we're not asking you to make policy decisions. That's our role of our board, and the balancing between economic impacts and protection of beneficial uses is our boards and the regional board's responsibility. So that's my expectation.
Okay, thank you. And Nat, I think you had something you wanted to weigh in on as well. And then I will pose a question to the panelists, and then we need to wrap this agenda item up. Nat?
Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity. I think Patrick did a pretty good job summarizing the legal points, but I would just add that the anti-dig policy also brings in this concept of best practicable treatment and control, which I think is really important to understand here, because what's practicable changes as we have more information. And I think that that's a role of this panel. But I also want to point out that this panel, again, is not charged with answering economic questions. That's actually explicit in the response to comments that the board put out before this panel convened, that the focus is supposed to be on the science. And the last thing I want to mention on the economic report, on the economic question, I know that the ERA report was brought up, and it sounds like it'll be shared with the panel members. I just want to point out a potential confusion in that report. It seems like that report might have misinterpreted the limits as being a per year limit and not a per crop limit, which under Ag 4.0, which might change the conclusions of that report. So I would just take a look at that as you review it. And that's all I have for now. And I, again, appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. I don't have the advantage of a hand raise feature here being in
the
the room.
analog version works fine too.
So I'll go the old-fashioned grade school way. No, I appreciate all the comments, and I think, though, the reality is on this whole issue of the expect panel's expectations with respect to making policy decisions, and I don't disagree with anything that the Water Board staff have said with respect to that and the recommendations of this panel then going to them. But I also know the reality, and the reality is when you are looking at are limits possible? Sure. Can you come up with an equation? Probably, right? But there is a difference between coming up with an equation because you can calculate a limit, I think, versus is it appropriate to have that limit apply, or how should it apply? And I don't think you can separate those from some of the charge questions before you. I think some of the comments that Darren made were right on, and that, yeah, you can calculate a limit to no longer cause or contribute, and we'll base it upon applied and removed. And if you're over this amount, well, then you're in violation. But is that where we want to go, because that's probably going to be like, 50 pounds or 20 pounds or 27 pounds, right? Isn't that it, Thomas? 27 pounds over what you could apply. And is that viable to maintain our agricultural systems in the various regions? So I don't think you can separate all of those policy components out from the technical components.
Well, and that really kind of flows into the final question that Thomas had, aimed more towards the panelists here. I want to frame it more as food for thought and something to really consider between now and the next meeting and in October. But really consider where you stand as a panelist in balancing between, a limit or a target that meets drinking water quality standards and agricultural productivity. How do you balance those two needs out? And it kind of gets to what Tess said, what Nat said, and what a number of the other speakers have said as well. I am going to go out on a limb and say that you probably don't have enough information to answer that question right now. But I just wanted to frame it up as something that we'll certainly capture in the summary from this meeting, and something that I suspect is going to come up a number of times throughout your discussions moving forward. Yes, Kaya.
Yeah, I was just wondering if I could weigh in a bit on those questions that Thomas asked.
Sure.
In addition to what Nat said about best practical treatment and control, I do think that's like a really big role that this panel can play in the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. The last expert panel was in 2014, and best practical treatment and control has likely changed within those 11 years. So I really like the panel to consider that data and see, like, can we do more than just best management practices right now in outreach and education? That's something that I'd like the panel to consider. In addition to the human right to water, I think that this comes directly into play, and kind of what Thomas' question was at, balancing drinking water and the sustainability of ag. I think that, the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program and the recommendations from this expert panel are really crucial in upholding that in that law. Even though this panel is to provide scientific recommendations to the State Water Board, I guess just to keep that in mind.
Thank you. All right, so at this point, I know, yes, Michael, and then we do need to move on, please.
Well, this is a little bit different. It's just I needed a little bit more background, maybe from Darren or Eric. I understand the dairies are under different regulations, but so if you're a farmer, you're growing corn for silage for a dairy and you're putting manure on, are you subject to the Irrigated Lands Program or not?
It's actually best answered by Patrick, but it's excluded. So
Yeah.
they have their own component and their own order that includes their cropping, is my understanding. But please correct me, Patrick, if I'm wrong.
What Darren said is accurate. I think one of the challenges is that it is a matter that is currently up for discussion at the state board under a very, very long, protracted process of petition, repetition, litigation. But long story short, in our region, the dairies occupy a separate piece in our regulatory program. So the Irrigated Lands Program, it will count organic material brought in from dairies once it's processed, but it is separate from most of the dairies that are growing crops for their own cattle. So it is separate. They both impact the same aquifers, so it gets a little confusing, but it is a separate program.
Thank you. All right. So we absolutely need to go on. Rosa, please go ahead and make a comment, and then we will move on to the next agenda item. Rosa.
Thank you. It's going to be really quick. For the panels, it's important to do recommendations to protect our groundwater, because that affects also our economy, not just agriculture, but the families that we live in those lands that are being affected by nitrates. Because right now in San Gerardo, we used to pay $20 for a water bill. Right now we're paying over $100 a month And for families that are on low income and a fixed income, that's unacceptable. So we are talking about economics. We are not economics, but we know our money doesn't stretch a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I think, all the comments that you heard, both from the presenters and the questions that all of you as panelists provided are really going to set the stage for your conversation, especially around data next week, and then moving into that October meeting. I wanted to take a moment just to take care of some of the logistical, kind of boring housekeeping items that the panel has to get through before the end of the day. But first, I wanted to run through a quick assessment that we, Sacramento State, conducted with all of the panel members. This really just consisted of a series of short phone calls with each one of you to talk a little bit about what you see as the opportunities and challenges for the panel, what successful outcomes might look like from your perspective, a short discussion on key data gaps and information needs that you have in order for the panel to be successful, and then finally a small piece on how you see the decisions being made by this group. So I have just a couple of very quick slides here on some of the information that you shared with me. I will note that all of these are just aggregated, so you'll see a lot of terms like common themes that I picked up through those discussions, common challenges and opportunities. None of the information that I'll present up here is meant to show as consensus necessarily, but it's just themes that were picked out from these discussions. So I asked all of you to talk a little bit about some of the opportunities and challenges that you see, both as a panelist and around the subject generally. There were a couple of common opportunities that really came up. Many of you mentioned the need to look at the contribution of cover crops to overall nitrogen balance. And I think one of you noted that cover crops currently receive credit in the Central Coast, but not other regions. And one opportunity was to expand that and look into it and see where it can be applied elsewhere. Another opportunity that you mentioned was the creation of reporting requirements to provide the flexibility for small, diversified, and disadvantaged farms to more accurately report nitrogen information. I heard this from a number of you, if not all of you, that there are obviously large-scale agricultural operations and the coalitions themselves that have more resources to calculate nitrogen rates and comply with programs, get the reports in on time. That doesn't necessarily apply to a lot of the small, diversified, small organic operations and disadvantaged farms throughout the state. So, figuring out a way to look across all of the different reporting mechanisms in the regions and seeing how they can apply to these different types of farms was a common opportunity that many of you mentioned. Unfortunately, the common challenges list you described was a lot longer than the common opportunities. But you've heard a lot of this from the various presenters today. I heard from almost all of you that a one-size-fits-all approach to whether it's A-R, A over R, may be challenging to implement. And that final recommendations need to acknowledge the spatial and temporal differences in both the overall balance and uptake by region, crop type, and a variety of other variables. One of you suggested that A over R may not accurately describe how much nitrogen is still in the soil. I know that the questions really provided two options, A minus R or A over R, and it was brought up that perhaps that's not the appropriate way to look at the overall set of questions that you have. I already mentioned a little bit about reporting requirements, but a number of you mentioned the stress that reporting requirements place, particularly on smaller organic and diverse crop operations. Several of you suggested that current requirements may disproportionately impact small farms. There should be a space in that next word. Stable funding for outreach to disadvantaged or non-English speaking farms might be needed to boost compliance with current and perhaps future orders. And then I also heard you say that panel recommendations need to consider the human and social impacts of nitrogen exceedance. I'm not sure what happened to my formatting here, I apologize. But and you heard that from a variety of the presenters. Drinking water standards for nitrogen already exist. And some of you suggested that recommendations really need to address the human right to water. And then finally, one of the challenges that I heard is that clarity is really needed on what the final use of panel recommendations will be. And I think, Thomas, some of your questions earlier sort of alluded to that. Are we talking about policy modifications here? Are you only talking about providing, recommendations around data and science? But there was a suggestion that somewhere, and you heard some of that from Karen and some of it from Patrick, that we just need a little bit more clarity on how these recommendations will be used once they're turned over to the state board. Perhaps it's, recommendations for a new order or regulatory programs. We'll see, but just need to know a little bit more about that. When I asked all of you to think about what a successful panel looks like, there were a variety of suggestions here. And I didn't necessarily ask the question, is the panel only successful if it adequately answers all of the questions that are put in front of you? But there are different aspects of that several of you brought up over and over again. There was a suggestion that the final report out of this group needs to clearly describe what any new standards or regulations mean for a variety of growers. And that includes, the large-scale operations, smaller, diverse farms. But it needs to describe what a new standard or regulation might actually mean for those different types of operations. There was a suggestion that recommendations should be supportive of nitrogen limits reflective of existing drinking water. We already talked about that a little bit. Another suggestion that the panel really needs to consider A-R, reflective of regional or crop type or farm size differences. And then finally, it was suggested that recommendations need to be rooted in existing science and actual field applications. But at the same time, acknowledge that findings in particular areas within the state aren't necessarily monolithic. There are data gaps, there are differences of opinion, and there are regional differences that exist, and those need to be incorporated and considered in the recommendations that you'll be developing. We also asked you to outline what some of the key data gaps and information needs might be. I know that this list is probably going to expand as our conversations continue, but a number of you said that cover crop impacts to overall nitrogen balances are important. There are modeling efforts underway on cover crop mineralization rates, but additional information on the impact of cover crops to nitrogen limits and targets is going to be important. There was a comment that I think at least two of you brought up that we need a better understanding of what the A and the R actually consist of. Are we talking about moisture content, organic matter content type, farm type? Are there other factors that might impact both sides of that equation? So just further definition about what we're talking about when we say nitrogen applied and nitrogen removed. Almost universally, I think most of you said that we just need crop coefficient data for all of the regions. I know that work is underway and it's being developed by many of you on this panel right now. And then an additional data gap was we need to have a year-over-year understanding of how effective the existing programs are. Are they actually meeting their needs? You heard from a variety of the presenters earlier that, in some cases, even though the programs have ostensibly been in place for some time, the actual data hasn't been collected that long. So how do we determine if the existing framework is actually meeting its intended purposes? And then there was a suggestion that we need more data from communities impacted by nitrogen issues from a human health standpoint. All right. So that was more of the kind of substantive and content related responses that you all provided. We talked a little bit about a decision-making structure for the panel, and I'll say, I think universally, all of you that I spoke to supported the idea of a decision-making structure that clearly explains all of the majority and minority opinions, while at the same time really aiming for consensus wherever we can achieve it. You're on a fairly short timeline here that I think has been discussed. I think many of you acknowledge that consensus might not be possible on everything, but where we can, we need to drive towards that, and where we can't, any minority opinions need to be really clearly outlined final reports and meeting summaries, and wherever we can to make sure that no information that you're providing falls through the cracks. So what we've kind of dubbed that as a consensus-seeking decision model, and you'll see that when I walk through the charter in just a couple moments here. All right. So everything you provided led us to the development of this panel charter. The charter itself is, it's not a legally binding document by any means. We are hoping that at the end of the day, you can approve this document, though, and it lays out a few specific things, including the overall purpose and background of the panel itself, a section on panel selection and membership, discussion of the schedule and different meeting venues and types that will be used to get not just your input as panel members, but also input from the general public. There's a section about decision-making and how you'd like to establish quorums for the group. Another one about responsibilities, both for staff and myself, but also for all of you. And then finally, a section on public comment guidelines and how we expect the public to provide input to all of you. For the purposes of the next few slides, I'm just going to be focusing on the scheduling piece, decision-making, and staff responsibilities. Okay, schedule and venues. We've really, as I've been working with staff and we've started plotting this process out a little bit, we really see three primary venues for both providing and receiving input from a variety of audiences. The first is obviously these formal panel meetings. There will be 3 of these, and I'll show the dates up on the screen for those momentarily, at least as currently envisioned. I think for anybody sitting in the audience, it's clear that there's not a ton of opportunity in these meetings for the general public to provide input directly to the panel members. So we also came up, we also want to incorporate the idea of public listening sessions. These public listening sessions would primarily be an opportunity for the public to provide input directly to the panel and staff on recommendations as they're being developed. And then finally, the third and final venue that we've thought about so far is the concept of work groups or small group discussions. These would just be very topic specific and focused around individual ideas that need to be teased out a little bit more between either the large formal panel meetings or those public listening sessions. All right, so the schedule that we've laid out. I think everybody can attest to the fact that scheduling with a group of even 3 people is hard, let alone 8 plus staff and all of the general public. So for the formal meetings, I think everyone is aware, obviously, here we are on August 8th. There's also an additional meeting that's going to be focused just on data, different data sets next week on August 14th. Then we've scheduled a meeting on October 31st. And January 14th. We'll also hold 2 listening sessions. We have one tentatively scheduled for October 1st, and then another one in probably the mid to late November timeline, although late November gets very challenging with different holiday breaks and everything, so we just need to be aware of that. And then those small group discussions will happen sort of as needed. The next section in the charter talks about decision-making, and I've already talked about this a little bit, but it lays out specific guidelines for how the group actually wants to get its work done. The first piece is just around establishing a quorum. We want to make sure that anytime the panel is having a discussion, that most of you are actually here to do that. If there's ever an event where only a couple of you can show up, we can't say that anything that comes out of that meeting is really reflective of the panel itself. So we've suggested that anytime you're discussing something that requires actual approval by all of you, or could really truly be considered a panel recommendation, a quorum has to be present. Pretty straightforward. We're suggesting that at least 5 of you need to be present at formal meetings. And if for some reason we can't get up to that magic number 5, we would either just have an informational session or perhaps consider canceling and rescheduling the meeting. We're hoping that that's not the case, but we do want to make sure that we can stick to that 50% plus 1 rule. For decision-making in the charter, we've proposed a simple majority vote for procedural items like the selection of the chair, an approval of the charter, meeting minutes, and that kind of thing. But for much more substantive items, I already mentioned it, our goal is always to get 100% agreement, but I think we're fully aware that that might not be possible on every discussion and decision. So we just want to make sure that we fully document all majority and minority opinions, both in individual meeting summaries and that final panel report. And staff will work with the panel chair to seek approval of all of these things, both the small kind of nitty-gritty procedural items and much more substantive items. Roles and responsibilities, I'll skip through this pretty quickly. Your main responsibility as panel members is just to review materials and attend scheduled meetings, provide input in good faith. When it comes to the other groups on here, we have a little bit more of a lift though. I asked all of you if you thought the idea of a panel chair would be useful. We expect this individual from the actual panel membership to assist staff a little bit with the development of meeting agendas, liaise with your fellow members on items before the panel, and perhaps assist with outreach during some of those public listening sessions and the board itself as needed. Staff and myself will be responsible for meeting planning and logistics. The staff will really work with executive leadership and board members to make sure that nothing is catching them by surprise and that board members are aware of what's happening in these meetings. And then my last thing, I'm just here to provide neutral facilitation of meetings. So that word neutral is pretty important. I'm kind of committed to making sure that I'm not taking a side on anything. And if I say something that's content specific, especially in your areas of expertise, that's incorrect, correct me. I'm by no means a scientist at all. I'm just here to help kind of manage the conversation a little bit. And we will, my organization will, of course, develop detailed summaries of all of the discussions as well.
Hey, Sam, can I add a
Please,
friendly
Karen.
amendment really quickly? The
Yeah.
panel chair is also expected to make a presentation before our board about the final report. So just before you get into selecting a chair, I just want to make sure that's the expectation as well.
Okay. Hopefully that doesn't change the individuals who have offered or volunteered to be the chair too much. Appreciate that clarification. So the one addition there under panel chair is just to present to the board the final set of recommendations that comes out of this group. Public comment guidelines, I've alluded to a number of times. The purpose of these panel meetings, especially as they get moving, is really to give an opportunity for the panel to discuss what's being presented to them and formulate their recommendations. We will, of course, it's always our goal to conduct everything as transparently as possible and provide at least some opportunity for public comment at every session. But there's just the reality of the situation is there's limited time. So we really ask for any members of the public joining this that you can adhere to a few basic guidelines. Public comment periods will always be provided for any agenda items requiring panel approval, and then at the end of the meeting. Those listening sessions will be held directly to hear from all interested parties. So there's really dedicated time. It'll be a multi-hour long sessions where the public can address anything that the panel's been discussing. Commenters are encouraged, not sure what happened to the rest of my slide here, but commenters are encouraged to send a comment request form into board staff no later than 2 days before every meeting. We'll always try to fit as many public commenters in as we can, but the reality of the situation is we need to have a sense of how many people are planning on addressing the panel so that we can build the agenda appropriately and make adjustments as we need to. In the case of today's meeting, and I'll run through the guidelines one last time before we switch to public comment, but we'll ask people to keep their comments to no more than 3 minutes. Really encourage you to limit them to less than that. The shorter your comment is, the more people will be able to fit in. And I'll be keeping time throughout and giving reminders if your time has expired. Okay. So that's just a very quick overview of what's in the charter. The first item of business that we have is a selection of the panel chair themselves. We already talked a little bit about their role, so I won't recap it here. But we're really hoping this individual can serve as sort of the point person from the panel between staff and everything that you're discussing. I don't expect that to be an extra heavy lift for any of you, should you be willing to take that role on. But just need to be aware that it will be a little bit more work than the rest of your fellow panelists. So what I'm asking of all of you is to consider nominations for chair, and then we'll move to a selection of the chair using a majority vote. Before we call for that vote, though, thinking back to that last slide, because this is an item in front of the panel, we'll be opening it up for brief public comment just solely on the selection of the chair itself, not any other substantive items in front of the panel today. So I will say, Dr. Geisler has very kindly volunteered, and we'll see if that's still the case after my little spiel here, to serve in that role. But I wanted to open it up for discussion if any of the rest of you might be willing to serve in this role, or if you have any other comments about the chair process itself. We'd like to go ahead and open it up for panel discussion briefly. Richard, do you have a question?
I support that nomination, self-nomination.
I second it, and I have to say, Daniel always gives very clear presentations, which will be very useful when he's presenting to the board.
The same here. I support.
I support that nomination. I'm grateful to Dr. Geisler for taking that on.
Same here. Thank you for taking on the position.
And Hannah or Thomas online, I don't know if you have any thoughts.
I'm with everyone. It's great.
All right.
I really
Same.
appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel.
Well,
Daniel has my full trust.
Thank you for making that offer. So that's not a formal vote, but clearly a lot of support, and really appreciate you in our brief interview stepping up into that role. Before we go to an actual vote, though, I need to go ahead and open it up for public comment. We did receive a list of public commenters. Those are all, I'm going to go out on a limb and say, on substantive issues. So I want to pause here and see if anybody first in the room has a comment specific to selection of the panel chair. After we have a few comments from people in the room, I'll switch to individuals joining us online to hear from them as well. But let me see, just by a show of hands, if anybody here in the room has a comment on the selection of the panel chair. Okay, thank you for that. And now looking at all of the folks joining us virtually, are there any comments or questions from people about the selection of the panel chair from those joining us online? You can use the hand raise feature on your Zoom. That's found under the reactions button, and then just click hand raise to enter the conversation queue. Okay. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to a very brief vote then. Again, the item before the panel is your approval for Dr. Daniel Geisler as chair of the Agricultural Expert Panel. I'll just start at the far end and work my way down, and then go to the two individuals joining us online. Starting with Ngodo Atume. Are you just yes or no, I suppose, supportive?
Yes, I am. Thanks.
Ruth Dahlquist Willard,
Yes.
Michael Kahn,
Yes.
Ali Montazar,
Yes.
Daniel Geisler,
Yes.
Richard Smith.
Yes.
Wonderful. And online, Hannah Waterhouse
Yes.
and Thomas Harder.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that. Really, really appreciate it. So our next item here is a quick approval of the charter itself. First, want to pause for any questions you have about the document that was provided in print and previously electronically to panel members. It's also posted online and in the back for any members of the public. But any questions about that document before we go to public comment or suggestions for revision? And Karen, I think when we had spoken earlier, you had suggested one small modification.
Yeah, just to the charge of the chair.
Yeah.
I have one question about
Please.
public comments. I'm a little bit concerned that my email inbox will be flooded with comments and questions. My email is not, or it's not a secret. So is the goal that all the questions shall be directly asked, or comments and questions to the water board and not to us as panel members? Or what do you see the rule here?
I'm seeing.
How shall we respond to?
Yes, we are providing the program mailbox, and all the comments will come to water board, and we receive it, and then we transfer to you later. Yeah. No, don't worry about it. That's our box gonna be filled, not yours.
Yeah.
We take care of that.
So if we get a question, we just forward it to you then?
Yes.
Because I
Yeah.
guess it will happen.
That would be wonderful.
And we have that, I believe, in the charter, in our notice, and in our website, all the document that we provided and notices, and we have a list where we provided that information and direction for public how to make comments.
Any other questions? Okay. Well, similarly to the discussion in the panel chair, we need to open it up to public comment around the charter document in the back. We'll start with individuals here in the room and then move to anybody online who has a question or comment about the expert panel charter. Did you have a question or comment? Please, by all means. And if you could introduce yourself, that'd be wonderful.
Hi there, Arohi. Oh my goodness. You weren't kidding. That thing does move. Arohi Sharma, Senior Policy Analyst with NRDC. I just noticed maybe a typing error for meeting 3. It says January 14th, 2025. I imagine that means 2026.
It does indeed.
Okay, great.
We'll make that modification.
Perfect. Unless we were going back in time on Halloween. I don't
If you know how to, let me know. Great, we'll make that change. All right, seeing no other questions or comments in the room, I'll go to individuals joining us online. Any questions or comments about the charter? And again, you can use the little hand raise function. Okay, seeing none online, we'll race through this. Daniel, we spoke about it a little bit earlier, but the way that approval of these logistical items will work, the chair will call a motion from the panel members to approve the document and a second. After a motion and a second, the chair will request call for the vote, and approval of the charter or any other logistical item just requires a simple majority vote. So with that, I'll turn it over to Daniel.
Are we ready to vote? Or are there more questions? Okay. Could I have a motion to approve the charter?
I so move.
Second.
Second.
Thank
And
you.
this is Eric Gilman. I just want to clarify, hi, over here, Council, that this is a motion with those 2 amendments, one regarding presentation by the chair to the State Water Board at a meeting to be determined, and also the date changing 2025 to 2026.
Yes, thank you for that, Eric. We'll make those changes. So 2 typographical changes and 1 addition presentation.
Okay, shall we go through it again with these 2 changes?
Sure. Thank you.
Can I
Thank
have a
you.
motion to approve the charter?
I so move.
Thank you, Richard.
I second.
Thank you, Mike. Shall we go in order again?
Yes, that'd
Voting
be
or just in general.
That'd be wonderful.
Okay.
Yes.
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 And online, Hannah, and then Thomas.
Yes.
And yes.
Okay, wonderful. So that is the extent of our housekeeping items for the day. thank you very much for bearing with us as we got through that. The final item on our agenda for the day is for public comment. So just I really thank all of the presenters. By all means, please feel free to move away from the front table here. For those individuals providing public comment here in the room, I will ask you to come up to the podium. As a number of people have pointed out, be careful of the microphone. I don't want it tipping over on anyone's head, but just make sure that you're speaking directly into the microphone. I would ask that you keep your comments to no more than 3 minutes, and I'll be keeping fairly strict time limits on that and give you reminders when you have 30 seconds left in your time, and then when your time has expired. Just so that there is space for others to provide their comments, please do adhere to those guidelines. As we also mentioned, preference will be given to those individuals who provided their comments in advance to the State Water Board. I have a list here that I'll read out just in the order that they were received. Once we get through all of the people who submitted requests for comments online, I'll move to anybody who handed me one of these little comment cards throughout the day. I've only received one, but if you have another one, please do pass it in. Assuming that we can get through all of the comments for individuals here in the room, we'll next move to individuals online. For those joining us online, the same rules will apply. I'll just ask you to raise your hand using the hand raise feature, and then I'll unmute you so that you can provide your comment. And I'll note that I believe 3 of the individuals who provided a request for comments are joining us online, so I'll move to them during the discussion. So with that, let's go ahead and start. At the top of my list, I have Marty Farrell from California Coast Keeper Alliance. Marty?
Good afternoon, and thank you everyone for taking the time today. My name is Marty Farrell, and I'm speaking on behalf of California Coast Keeper Alliance to urge this panel to take action and recommend enforceable numeric limits on nitrogen applications and discharges. Enforceable limits are essential to strengthen the irrigated lands regulatory program, and essential to protect water quality and the health of communities across the Central Valley and the Central Coast. It's been 25 years since the California legislature required the Water Board to regulate pollution from agricultural lands to protect our waters. 25 years, and communities and ecosystems continue to suffer. It's been 13 years since California recognized the human right to water, a right for every person to safe, clean, and accessible water. 13 years, and that right remains unprotected from nitrate contamination. It's been 11 years since the first expert panel convened in 2014. The primary outcome of that panel, data collection. 11 years later, and what we have is data, what we lack is action. Let's be clear. It is the Water Board's job to protect drinking water and water quality. That job cannot be fulfilled through endless data collection and delay. This panel faces a choice. Continue that cycle of delay, or help us move forward by recommending numeric limits that provide real, measurable, enforceable protections, especially for the communities most harmed by nitrate pollution. We already know that over-application of nitrogen from agriculture is a primary driver of groundwater contamination. We heard today from Kaya and Rosa about the real impact that contamination has on communities across the Central Valley and the Central Coast. We know that the longer we delay, the deeper and more widespread the harm. There is sufficient data today, right now, to establish enforceable science-based limits. Communities have waited long enough, and the burden of delay is falling on the people who can least afford it. We urge this panel to delay no longer, use the knowledge we already have, and act. The time to do so is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Next, we have Jose Jesus Rodriguez, followed by Rosalind Macias. Jose? And for any individuals requiring interpretation, our interpreter will provide that in real time.
Buenas tardes.
Estoy aquí frente a ustedes humildemente pidiendo su apoyo a que ayuden a resolver este problema. Ya ustedes ya tienen todo el papeleo. Y he oído muchos comentarios de que hay comunidades que están sufriendo bastante ahorita. Incluso están pasando con 5 galones de agua para la semana. Tienen que manejar más o menos unos 30 minutos para ir cuando acaban. Y eso todo me di cuenta últimamente. Y no vengo muy preparado ahora, pero sí quería hacer unas recomendaciones. Creo que en este caso, todos ustedes seguro que tienen más conocimiento, mucho más. Pero mi punto de vista es, creo que educación, responsabilidad en las prácticas del nitrógeno, conciencia en la gente respecto al respeto, y alguien mencionó, se puede usar la tecnología para mejorar, y también respeto al agua y a las nuevas generaciones que vienen. Creo que eso es muy importante yo creo que para todos, no nomás para mí. Y estoy aquí hablando no nomás por la comunidad que vengo de Salinas, estoy hablando básicamente de todo California. Y eso sería mi comentario. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, thank you. And for our interpreter online, we'll actually interpret comments in real time here at the podium, so you don't have to online. Thank you. Next on our list, we have Rosalind Macias, followed by Noel Kremers.
So sorry, it was hard to hear, but I am here to make sure that we take this issue into consideration. You have all the paperwork that you've all looked through, your reviews. I've heard many comments regarding the fact that there are communities that are suffering the consequences, including sometimes getting 5-gallon water bottles, or having to drive 30 minutes just to go and get waters from somewhere. And this is information that I have found out. I don't come here today with an expert recommendation or prepared to give an expert recommendation, but I come here to advocate before you that do have that expertise. I think that more than anything, we really need to take into consideration the education, responsibility, and the practices, and how we're responding, conscientiousness on the community, respect, and another thing that we were listening is that we could use technology to find improvements, and also respect towards water and towards our new generations that are up and coming. I think that it's very important, not just for myself, but for everybody, that we need to advocate for the community that is coming, not just from Salinas in my behalf, but from all of California. These are the comments that I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rosalind Macias, followed by Guadalupe Cruz. And if you would like to deliver your comment and then interpret. Yeah.
In English.
Oh,
English. Yeah. Thank you. My name is Rosalind Macias. I'm from the Central Coast, Santa Cruz County and Monterey County. I've been also working as a farm worker and work closely with irrigators. And I've seen stuff that, why are you putting more stuff in it if you're just going to add what you're supposed to add? Like, well, the supervisor asked me to put more. So it's something that I see close what's going on in Colinga of the nitrate levels and in San Gerardo. And it's really needs to be getting more in control. Get like, well, how you said, there's computers now, people are able to add what you're putting in or have someone actually seeing what the person, the irrigator is putting in into the system. They do injections of fertilizers, and it's just too much. I mean, just for like 40 acres, they're putting a full pallet of it in it. And who knows how many bags is there on there. But I do support for change and more control on this before it gets out of control into other communities. I mean, right now it's San Lucas, San Gerardo. Where is it going to extend to? King City, Greenfield, local areas, Gonzales and Chular. I mean, we need to get more control on this. And my suggestion is to do so and do it. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, Guadalupe Cruz, followed by Noel Kremers. And Will Tip, sorry.
I'm too short for this, sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Guadalupe, and I am a member of the Salinas Sierra Lake Committee. I appreciate the time and effort you all have made to present and analyze the data, the given data. I am a resident of the Central Coast area, to be exact, Greenfield. Both my parents work as campesinos in what is known as the fields that cultivate the salad bowl of the world. Seeing my parents and other community members heading back home with red eyes and dry skin, with having direct contact with chemicals used to help cultivate crops, I would like to kindly make a call to action to the 8 members of the agricultural expert panel to make a firm decision and put themselves in the shoes of millions of workers who have to live in inhumane conditions, not having access to clean water and bearing with all of the harm agricultural work does, such as having nitrates in our drinking water, causing severe health conditions. Earlier today, I learned about the millions growers could potentially lose if there was a plan for nitrogen discharge limits. But what about those of us who are left with family members becoming sick due to the greediness of growers wanting to cultivate more and more every single year? Please help us set a limit on how many nitrates are in the water that's essential to our daily life, including drinking water, for us to exercise our human rights to water. This will help ensure that we continue to thrive in communities working in ag and living in rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Noel Kremers, followed by Angie Moreno.
Good afternoon. Noel Kremers with Wine Institute. First, I want to express appreciation to all of you for taking time to serve on this panel. You have important decisions in front of you, and I know it will not be easy. I submitted a letter yesterday afternoon. I don't know if you have seen it yet as I hit send at 5:01. But that in the letter provided an overview of California's wine industry and some of the nitrogen use practices and considerations that we hope that you take into account as you're making decisions. I also want to share a little bit about the current economic situation of the wine industry today. So wine grape harvest was down 25% last year. It's estimated that there were 300,000 tons of grapes that went unharvested. Growers pulled 37,000 acres of grapevines last year, and it's been recommended that at least another 50,000 acres be pulled. There is a real decline in demand for wine, and that is having a real effect on grape growers. And so I want you to be aware of that going on, because that has real effect then on the ability of folks to make investments in the future. The biggest point that I hope that you consider when you're making recommendations is the need for regional differences. The reason California has a regional board system, in addition to the state board, is to allow for regulatory recommendations and requirements made at a regional level, because there is such difference between the Coachella Valley and the North Coast. And Unfortunately, with the precedential orders that have been made in the past, that has locked regional boards into one statewide requirement. So when the North Coast Regional Board adopted its vineyard order in June, and there were concerns expressed about the requirements around nitrogen reporting, the board members' response was, our hands are tied. We wish we had more flexibility because our big concern on the North Coast is erosion and sediment, but we have to include provisions for nitrogen because of the precedential order for the East San Joaquin. So what we ask is that you really look at the regional differences and allow for flexibility in any recommendations because no system is the same. Grape growers are one of the lower nitrogen using crops because high levels of nitrogen impact the quality of grapes. And we provided some of the information in our letter on that. We also talked about the investments that have made in sustainability. In 2003, Wine Institute and the California Association of Wine Growers came together and formed the California Association of Sustainable Wine Growing. We now have a third-party certification system. We're on our 4th and working on the 5th edition of our Code of Sustainable Wine Growing, which has specific recommendations around nitrogen. And by the 2nd year, those that are certified have to be collecting data. I know there was a
Please
question.
conclude your comment.
Okay, I know there was a question earlier about management practices that are put in place. Grape growers take petiole samples, water samples for nitrogen concentration, soil testing. So there's a lot of work done around nitrogen management because of the impact that that can have on quality. And we just hope that as you're deliberating, you recognize the difference in crop types and allow for different practices, different reporting systems, different regulatory regimes moving forward because of the differences in regional and cropping types. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Angie Moreno, followed by Maria Luisa Munoz. And Angie, I believe you had a photo you wanted shared. Is that correct? I have it here.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Well, okay, my name's Angie Moreno, and I'm from the Central Valley, also known as the Northern Tulare County. And I had the pleasure of having my well tested for a whole year through the Santa Clara University, which Samantha Lay and Xiomara Garcia did an excellent job coming and doing my test. As you can see, my nitrates for that month of May, 57. That's high. I live near, we have the communities of Yedem, Seville, Cutler, East Rosie, and we all have the same nitrate problem. It's out of control. It's not going to go away. It's going to get worse. We have dry wells. We have families living in fear. We have towns without water. They have water with nitrates. And right now we're trying to get them water, clean water. They've gone 2 years with nitrates and the 1,2,3 TCP, and no one has been out there to help this community. No one has stepped up to say, hey, these people need help. I've already called every single agency I can think of, and they say, well, we're gonna look into it and see what we can do. I says, no, I wanna hear that help is on its way. They have nitrates and they need to be taken care of. We have elderlies living there, and I'm thankful. Well, we just got, with King's Water Alliance, just stepped up a month ago to give them for pregnant women and their infants. What happens to the rest of the families? It doesn't make sense. We have the elderly, and the rest of the families are without clean water. These people are farm labor people. They go buy their water. They're paying their water bill with nitrates. So they're double paying. So with that being said, there's something wrong here. I don't know, somebody needs to change their guidelines. I've called, they say, oh, well, the town's too big. They have too many people. It's over 1,000. Change your policy. How long has that been on there? There's guidelines. Let's change them. Not okay them for the next 2 years. Let's help. Let's do something. These nitrates, we all have to do something about it. And we're asking you to please step up with full force and put limits on these nitrates. There's a problem. Who's ever saying it's not a problem, go to my valley and see the towns. See bottled water everywhere. So with that being said, please do something. Don't forget us. We're out there in the communities. We need help. This is crisis. This is Christ. I mean, this is bad.
Please conclude your comment. Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can we respond to the public comment at all, or do we have to wait till the end?
If you could wait until the
Okay.
end, that would be wonderful. I'm sorry. There's quite a few. Next up, we have Maria Luisa Munoz, followed by Horacio Kita. I believe Horacio is joining us online. Maria.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es María Luisa Muñoz. Yo soy promotora comunitaria de salud y también soy miembro de AGUA, una organización compuesta por más de 30 representantes comunitarios del Valle de San Joaquín y la costa central. He sido líder comunitario en el movimiento de la justicia del agua durante más de 5 años. Vivo en la comunidad de Baicelia, condado de Tulare, Valle Central, un área muy rica en agricultura, en ganadería, pero desafortunadamente muy contaminada por el nitrato. Me pone ahorita de tanto nervio y pienso en cosas muy diferentes, porque el nitrato realmente nos está matando poco a poco a toda la comunidad. Tengo una hija que nació con hidrocefalia, está aquí presente, va a dar su testimonio también. Y yo quiero animarlos o pedirles que ya hagan algo por los nitratos, porque realmente van a llegar a que nuestra salud colapse en todas las comunidades que hay aledañas. Los nitratos están por arriba de lo que es el nivel. 10 es el nivel y están 50, como dijo mi compañera Angie. Somos vecinas, nos divide únicamente el río. Vivo en la City Limit y estamos en el mismo nivel. Mi agua es un sistema de agua, el de ella es un pozo y es lo mismo lo que estamos viviendo, no es ahorita, es por años. Vivimos pagando 3 facturas. Una de ellas es el agua que pagamos a la City, el agua que pagamos para llenar galones de agua para cocinar y las otras son botellas también. Ahora, el agua para bañarnos, tenemos que usar el agua de la City contaminada, lo cual nos está también dañando nuestra piel, porque viene a caernos en cánceres. Actualmente estoy pasando por problemas médicos y no quisiera que más niños ni que más personas adultas pasen lo mismo. Creo que cada uno de los que estamos aquí somos seres humanos, por lo tanto, el agua es un derecho humano que debe ser protegido, para no nada más ahorita, sino para las generaciones que vienen más adelante. Hagan algo, se los pido de favor y de corazón. Gracias.
Hi, good afternoon to everybody. My name is Maria Luisa Munoz, and I am a community advocate, health advocate, and I'm also a member of AGUA, which is an organization that is composed of over 30 representatives throughout the San Joaquin Valley and the Central Coast as well. I have been a community leader on water justice issues for over 5 years. I live in the community of Visalia, Tulare County, in the Central Valley, an area that is very rich in agriculture and livestock, but unfortunately very highly contaminated by nitrates. Right now, I am feeling lots of nervousness, and I'm thinking of a lot of things because nitrates are really killing us slowly, little by little, the entire community. I have a daughter with hydrocephalus, and she's here too. She's also going to give her testimony. And And what I want is to really encourage you, to ask you to do something about nitrates, because we are going to get to a point to where our health is going to collapse and our community is going to fall. Nitrates are above what the minimum thresholds are of 10. Some places we're at 50, as our colleague Angie said. We're neighbors. It's only a river that divides us. Even though I live in the city limits, it's only a river that divides us. And I'm on city, she's on well, and we're drinking very similar water. We live paying 3 different fees. One of them is our city water fee, then having to fill up gallons for cooking, and then additional water bottles. Now, when it comes to our bathing water, we have to use our city water, which is contaminated, which is also harming us because it can cause cancer. Right now, I'm going through medical conditions, and I wouldn't want any more children or adults to have to go through this. All of us here are human, and water is a human right that should be protected, not only now, but for generations to come. Do something. I ask you full-heartedly from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, as I mentioned, those individuals that sent us a comment request in advance of the meeting sort of get first preference. We're joined by Horacio Amasquita online. Horacio?
Hi, can you hear me? Can you
If
hear
you'd
me?
like to provide your comment.
Yes, my name is Horacio Mesquita. I'm currently a farmer in the Salinas Valley. I also used to live in the San Gerardo Co-op for 35 years. And I believe that the agriculture industry and the government, the regulatory agencies are failing to address the damages that water contamination is causing to the health of the people and the environment. Especially farm workers, their families, and disadvantaged communities that are being affected by water contamination. These workers harvest the food that we eat every day on our kitchen tables. And lots of disadvantaged communities have had their water contaminated for decades, and no action has been taken to fix their water problems because no one takes responsibility for the damage. So they must rely on bottled water for their home needs and keep using polluted water for showering and non-drinking uses. And if a community gets lucky in getting a public grant, their water fees go up more than 400%, and hoping that their source of water doesn't get contaminated again, because this will raise the water fees higher. So many farm workers and their families develop sicknesses and cancers by nitrates and other chemicals that are used in the agriculture industry. And there's no accountability for the health and economic burden that is imposed by the agriculture industry. The San Gerardo community had to prove to the county and to the state that the people in their community were sickened by just showering. Now imagine what would happen if the residents had drunk the water. So in summary, if the agriculture industry and the regulatory agencies don't act in taking actions to the health problems of the people and the environment, which is the aquatic life and all living things, we will have a greater problems than what we have now. So we need to do something quick because it's getting worse. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're next joined by Juan Medina, followed by Silverio Perez.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Juan Medina y vengo del condado de Monterrey, de la comunidad de San Gerardo. Nosotros ya hemos pasado por ese problema. Estamos en el cuarto pozo que está casi a punto de pasar los límites. Ahorita está como en el 8 punto y algo. Mi temor es si se nos vuelve a contaminar, ¿quién nos va a ayudar? Creo que ustedes lo pueden hacer y está bien claro, poniendo límites. Eso es todo. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Juan Medina. I come from Monterey County in the community of San Gerardo. We're about to be on our fourth well in San Gerardo, and the levels right now are close to 8 milligrams per liter. And we're worried about what's going to happen if we continue on this track. And we think that there's something that you all can do to help us at the respect of what's going on with our water quality. And we're looking forward to hopefully having some action. And what we believe is action is limits. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Silverio Perez, followed by Michael Prado, who's, I believe, is joining us online.
Buenas tardes. Aquí tengo el micrófono. Buenas tardes. Me da gusto saludarlos. Vengo de la costa central. Mi nombre es Silverio Pérez. Me da gusto escuchar que hay preocupación acerca de problemas que hay en la contaminación que tenemos y quiero compartir un poco de mis experiencias como agricultor. Cuando es un agricultor hay que producir mucho y calidad para poder competir y sobrevivir. Pero ya cuando llegamos al punto de las consecuencias, o sea, nuestra salud, hay que tomar una decisión que sería seguir haciendo lo mismo y seguirnos enfermando y hacer el cambio. En mi caso decidí hacer el cambio pensando en el futuro. ¿Qué le vamos a dejar a las generaciones? Puros problemas. Así es que pensando en mis nietos, estoy tratando de hacer agricultura de la manera más natural que se puede y siento satisfacción a una cota de los costos. Ahora para las soluciones necesitamos muchos millones para crear un sistema que necesitamos ahí en nuestra comunidad. Entonces, no va a salir más caro. Estoy poniendo de mi parte para que nuestros recursos se mantengan y no se terminen. Yo creo que sí podemos hacerlo todos juntos, por el bien de todos. Y pienso que los agricultores tendríamos que ser los más interesados de cuidar nuestros recursos por la responsabilidad. Cuando se tiene un pedazo de un acre de tierra, tenemos que cuidarla porque es lo que nos da la comida para vivir. Muchas gracias.
My name is Silverio Perez. I come from the Central Coast, and I'm really glad to be here today and that we're here talking about something that's going on in our communities that's of concern to me. I'm going to speak today about my experience as a small grower. In order to be a grower, we all know that we need to grow a lot. We need to grow good quality food or good quality products in order to be able to work in the market. But there came to be a point where I realized that there was some consequences that were impacting the health of my family and my community as a result of some of the practices that I was doing. And so I had to make a decision. Do I continue down the path of continuing the practices that I used to be doing or decide to change? And I made a decision to change because it was something that was important for me to think about the future generations of my family, my kids, and my grandkids. I decided to change to think about growing in practices that were more natural. And something that came as a result of that was that I became very satisfied with the work that I was doing, having contact with nature. In our community, there are some solutions that we're pursuing in order to deal with some of the contamination, but those costs are very, very high. And so when we talk about costs, we're also thinking about some of the costs in order to mitigate nitrates. No, I'm putting on a lot of thoughts trying to think about what I can do, but I think that in order to actually tackle this problem, it's something that we need to do together. And I think that we can. I think we can come up with results. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we're joined by Michael Prado, who I believe is online. Michael, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Prado, Senior. I want to thank all the staff here and the panels that have been here today. I've listened to you since 10 this morning, and a lot of good information, a lot of data, but no action. Been on the Sultana Community Services District for 27 years. In those 27 years, nothing has changed as far as the contaminant of nitrate. Our CSD took in a community called Munson, a rural community that's south, 3 miles south of Sultana, where I live, Sultana, California, Central Valley. We ran 3 miles of pipeline to take that community off their contaminated wells, some drying up, and some had no water. The contaminant nitrate is nothing new to us, but we'd like to put that behind us for our future generations, our future elected officials, and our future parents and their kids. And myself, I have family members that have passed on due to cancer, nitrate contamination. Me, myself, I'm here speaking today with MG disease. And it has not been an easy road. I do not wish any health issue on any of you listening to me today. But if we don't stop this nitrate contamination, we won't be here to ever talk again. I know that all of you in the room today, on the panel, do not live in a rural community or disadvantaged or severely disadvantaged. But believe you me, if you had to live the way some people do with contaminated nitrate in their water, it is terrible. So I'm here today again, and I'll reiterate some of what the attorney that spoke earlier. I think his last name was Kane or Lane. This has been going on since the 1950s. And I don't need to tell you anymore. If you cannot figure out on what to lower the nitrate level to, then let's make it simple.
If you could please conclude your comment.
Pardon me?
If you could please conclude your comment.
Oh, well, thank you for listening and cutting me short.
Thank you very much. Next, we're joined by Tony Carrillo, followed by Martha Curiel. Tony? Tony, Is Tony available? Oh, yes.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marta Curiel. Yo vengo de un pueblito pequeño en el condado de Tulare y también ahí nosotros estamos sufriendo mucho por el agua. Ya van 2, 3 vecinas que pierdo por el cáncer a causa del agua y tiene muchos contaminantes. Queremos que los niños vivan mejor de como están viviendo ahorita. Yo tengo una nieta que ella cuando va ahí conmigo empieza a llorarle sus ojitos, la nariz, agua y agua de tanto contaminante que hay. Y no podemos vivir así, les venimos a pedir que tengan conciencia, que no nos den 2, 3 años o 10 años para tener la solución para esto. No queremos estar sufriendo más de esto. Yo también tengo una condición que me tomo como 10 pastillas al día. Cuando uno se baña ahí empieza su piel a sentirse como mucha comezón que da a causa del agua. Queremos que por favor tengan conciencia y nos ayuden. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Marta Curiel. I also come from a small community in Tulare County called Woodville that has also suffered from contaminated water with nitrates. I have several friends who have been ill from diseases due to water issues. I also have a small granddaughter that when she comes to visit me, her eyes water from the exposure there to the water. And I come here to ask you in good conscience to please put limits to help our community so that we're no longer exposed long-term. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rohi Sharma, followed by Sarah Lopez, who I believe is joining us online.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arohi Sharma. I'm a senior policy analyst with the Natural Resources Defense Council. I'm here today to strongly urge you all to recommend numeric limits on nitrogen discharges and applications to the Water Board. As you already know, the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program was created almost 3 decades ago to reduce fertilizer runoff into surface and groundwater. And as Deputy Director Mogus shared in her opening remarks, we've learned a lot in those decades, including the severity of the problem. According to the last California nitrogen assessment, high-value crops in the state use an average of 24% of the fertilizer that's applied to croplands. The rest, sometimes as much as 80% of what is applied, is lost to the environment. All that nitrogen loss increases the magnitude and frequency of harmful algal blooms, greenhouse gas emissions, and contaminates drinking water. And as you've heard from community members all day today, and as some of your fellow panel members' research work shows, nitrate loading into drinking water aquifers has only worsened. California passed our Human Right to Water law in 2012, and it's a big problem that almost 1 million Californians still don't have access to safe, clean, and affordable drinking water. But now we're at a pivotal moment, and you all have an opportunity to put California on a path towards reducing pollution, fighting climate change, and protecting people and communities. We cannot afford to delay. The data collected through the program, including the Central Coast's thorough Ag Order 4.0 findings document and the global nitrogen regulatory context, all those things show that California is ready for limits. The scientific literature also supports using nitrogen balances, A-R, as the primary methodology for establishing those limits and targets. A over R is useful to calculate nitrogen use efficiency, but that value says nothing about how much potential nitrogen can be eroded or leached. A minus R is a much better estimate of how much nitrogen has the potential to be lost into the environment. Now, as one prominent ag researcher often says, I think most of you know him, we can't keep telling farmers to slow down their fertilizer use without giving them speed limits indicating by how much. Numeric limits that are progressively reduced over time operate as those speed limits. And CDFA's suite of healthy soils and technical assistance grant programs can help farmers with those numeric limits. A little cross-agency collaboration there. Uncertainty will continue to exist in perpetuity, but communities and ecosystems cannot afford further delay. We know enough to act now. We urge you, please, to recommend limits to the Water Board. Thank you all so much for your time and for contributing your expertise to this discussion.
Thank you. We're joined next by Sarah Lopez from the Central Coast Water Quality Preservation, Inc. Sarah, are you here in the room? Let me just check online. Okay. We're joined next by, and I'm sorry, on our registration sheet, it just says Miss Munoz. There was an additional Munoz earlier. Oh, I'm sorry. Sarah Lopez, please. If you could, un momento, if you could wait just a moment. Thank you. Sarah Lopez, are you able to unmute? Okay, we'll come back to Ms. Lopez. Please.
Okay. Hello, my name is Lisa Munoz. I am a member of the Water Coalition, and I have lived in the community of Visalia. And I just want to share my two concerns. And my first concern is about the health impacts in drinking the contaminated water with nitrate. I have a medical condition called hydrocephalus, and I am worried about how other people with the same medical condition that I have might get affected too. And my second concern is about the stray animals in the streets, that since they obviously don't know that it could be contaminated because like they're thirsty, and since I'm studying to be an exotic animal vet, I don't want to have like a future animal patient get sick from the contaminated water. And thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go back to Sarah Lopez. If you could please unmute on your end, Sarah. There we go. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I had entered a comment only if necessary, and I don't need to make any comments, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Next on our list, we have Guadalupe Cruz. Oh, Guadalupe already spoke. Maria Velasquez, followed by Manuel Barea. Maria?
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Velázquez y yo estoy aquí para pedirles a todo el panel muchas gracias por su tiempo y una muy valiosa información, pero por favor yo les quiero pedir que hagan algo. Mi comunidad tiene problemas de nitratos en el agua, mi familia allí nació, mis hijos, mis nietos, y es ahora que todo el tiempo están enfermos, tienen mucha rasquera cuando se bañan. Yo también andamos comprando cremas por la farmacia porque hay bastante comezón en nuestro cuerpo. Los ojos están muy rojos, a veces arden y se está uno rascando por todos lados. Mis nietas sufren de caídas del pelo y por esa razón yo estoy aquí para pedirles que por favor sí, nos dan mucha información y muchas gracias, se los agradezco, pero también quiero pedirles, por favor, con el corazón, que hagan algo por nosotros. Hace 2 semanas mi nieta le acaban de diagnosticar cáncer y todo eso es un problema muy grande que afecta a toda la familia. y por favor hagan algo por nosotros. Muchas gracias.
Hello, my name is Maria Velasquez, and I'm here because I want to ask you, the whole panel, thank you so much for your time and for the very valuable information. But please, I want to ask for you to do something for my community. We have a lot of issues with nitrate in the water. My family was there, my children, my granddaughters are born there, and they're sick all the time. They have a lot of itchiness when they shower, and I do as well. We have to buy a lot of creams at the pharmacy because there's a lot of itchiness in our body. Our eyes get very red. Sometimes it burns, and we're just scratching everywhere. My granddaughter suffers from hair loss, and for that reason, I'm here to ask you to please we do need a lot of information, yes, and thank you very much, I appreciate it, but I also want to ask you from the bottom of my heart to please do something for us. 2 weeks ago, my granddaughter was just diagnosed with cancer, and all of that is a very big problem that affects the whole family. So, please do something for us. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Manuel Barea, followed by Victoria Parra.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Manuel Barrera, vengo de la ciudad de Salinas y mi recomendación, o más bien es pedirles que hagan algo ustedes, señores, que pueden hacer, tienen ese poder de poder implementar algo para salvar nuestros acuíferos, ya que se están contaminando demasiado. Así que yo nada más les pido que tomen conciencia y que hagan una decisión lo más rápido que pueda y la mejor que ustedes puedan hacer y no dejen hundir el barco, por favor. Gracias.
Hi, my name is Manuel Barrera. I come from the city of Salinas. And my recommendation is just to ask you to please do something. You are the ones that are able to have that power to be able to implement something to save our aquifers because they're getting very contaminated. And so I just ask you to please be conscious of that and make a decision the fastest possible, and the best that you're able to, and just to please not let the boat sink. Thank you.
Commenting on behalf of Victoria Parra, we have Elias Rodriguez joining us online. Just a moment, Elias. If you could please unmute on your end. There we go.
Yes, sorry, there might be a mix-up. Victoria might be saying a short comment, but my name is Elias Rodriguez. Thank you, panelists, for being here today. I work for California Rural Legal Assistance Incorporated, or CRLA. CRLA is a nonprofit law firm that represents rural communities who are priced out of legal services. And so this includes representing communities who are impacted by nitrate contamination, which is caused by decades of excessive agricultural fertilizer application discussed earlier. And one of those communities is a small farm working community in Monterey County called San Lucas. San Lucas has been on a do not drink order for nearly 15 years from high levels of nitrate in their drinking water. Maria Velasquez just commented a few comments ago, and it comes from San Lucas. And as an attorney, my clients ask me a lot of whys. They ask me why it has been 75 years of nitrate contamination where there has been no regulation on fertilizer. They ask me why they're bearing the brunt of the impacts from the over-application of synthetic fertilizer. They ask me who's going to pay for the problem to clean it up. And they ask me why their community has higher levels of illnesses and ask me where these illnesses are coming from. They ask me if the experts here today can fix this problem. And they ask me whether California can adopt limits in other countries like in Europe, in the European Union or New Zealand. To answer these last questions, I answer them yes. I tell them that this panel has the power and indeed the duty to look at the scientific data and research and recommend setting nitrogen limits that will protect their health and their drinking water. And yes, I tell them that the State Water Board has the authority and the legal obligation to adopt nitrate limits to protect water quality. So on behalf of San Lucas and all nitrate contaminated low-income communities, I urge you to exercise your power to evaluate the data and scientific research on nitrate contamination across the state and across the world and recommend limits on fertilizer application and discharge. Thank you. I'll pass it to Victoria now.
Thank you. Victoria, please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Victoria Parra y estoy aquí apoyando al grupo de CRLA de Salinas. Como dijo ya todos mis compañeros y todos los que están aquí con las peticiones, los instigo a que nos apoyen, a que nos saquen adelante por nuestras generaciones, por lo que viene después de nosotros. Es un legado que queremos dejarle limpio. Muchas gracias.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Victoria Parra, and I'm here supporting the CRLA group from Salinas. And like all my colleagues already mentioned, and everyone that's here with their petitions, I insist that you support us, that you help us move forward with the situation for us and the generations that are coming after us. It's a legacy that we want to leave for them, a clean one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're joined by Tony Carrillo. Unfortunately, he lost his connection earlier, but was on the list. Tony, if you'd like to unmute on your end.
Yeah, hello?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, just a moment. You can read it off.
Okay, good afternoon, expert panel and staff at the State Water Board. My name is Tony Carrillo. I have been a resident on Walnut Avenue, just outside of the city of Greenfield in Salinas Valley. For nearly 40 years, I am here today to speak about the long-term impact on nitrate contamination on my family and community, and to urge you to take meaningfully action to stop this further contamination. My family has relied on our domestic well for drinking water. Unfortunately, due to severe and increasing nitrate contamination in our groundwater, we have not been able to the safety use of our water for drinking or cooking for many years. To be specific, I have results dating back to 1988 and showed approximately 10 parts per million, and over the last 4 decades, the levels have risen to roughly 30 parts per million. This has placed a significant burden on my family, and while we are grateful for the temporary relief provided by the Water Regional Bottled Water Program, we all recognize this is not a substantial solution. We are working on a long-term solution with my neighbors, but if we do not stop further contamination, that solution might not be sustainable. As a small farmer myself, I fully understand the crucial role that fertilizer plays in ensuring crop visibility in our agricultural economy. However, I do not believe that agricultural productivity must come at the expense of our shared and finite groundwater resources. This is not just my family problem. I am deeply concerned for the countless other families across the Salinas Valley and the state who are facing the real life consequences of this contamination. Therefore, I strongly urge this expert panel to enact reasonable and effective regulations on nitrates applications. We need policies that protect our basin and community from further contamination, allowing us to uphold California human rights to water and pass along a better, healthier world to our future generations. Thank you for the time and consideration on this crucial. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all of our commenters. We have time for 3 more, and then we do need to move to opening remarks. I realize that there's a few folks who might not be able to speak this time around. We can certainly touch base with you afterwards and bump you to the front of the list at the next meeting. On the top of my list, I have Maria Medina, followed by Jennifer Clary, and finally Michael Claiborne. Maria?
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Medina y pues yo quiero compartirles algo que a mí me pasó y me está pasando. Yo hace años pues cuando el pozo del agua empezó que estaba muy contaminado, yo me enronchaba, pues me hinchaba de mi cuerpo, subí hasta 20 libras de tanta agua que traía y pues yo no sabía ni qué me estaba pasando y pues supuestamente decían que era una alergia, pero pues realmente no sabían de dónde venía hasta que ya me hicieron pues bastantes pruebas que me mandaron con los especialistas. Y a paso de eso pues estoy controlada, pero aún tengo mi asma y pues también ahí a mí se me empezó a caer mucho el pelo. Yo tengo un sobrino que también es niño especial. Dos parientes ya murieron de cáncer. Ahí yo vivo ahí en la comunidad de San Gerardo y pues ustedes que tienen el poder, ojalá piensen en nosotros, en el futuro de mañana, ¿verdad? Porque pues ni modo de que no nos vamos a bañar, tenemos que andar representables, pienso yo, en mi persona, ¿verdad? Bueno, pues muchas gracias y ojalá que tomen conciencia en algo. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Medina. Years ago, when our well went bad, I started to have welts on my skin. I gained 30 pounds just from all of the different issues that were going on with my skin. And I wasn't really sure what it was. I thought maybe at a time it was allergies. I had to go to a lot of specialists. I lost hair. At this point now in my life, it is controlled. But there's been a lot of health issues that we've faced in San Gerardo, having asthma. I have a special needs kid. We've lost a lot of community members in San Gerardo due to cancer. And I think that right now it's an opportunity, you all as people that have the position of power as a board or expert panel members to do something about it. Let's make sure that we use our consciousness in this moment and make change for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. So we only have time for a couple more commenters here. We'll go first to Jennifer Clary, followed by Michael Claiborne. Jennifer?
Thank you. Can't turn on my camera, but that's okay. I'm smiling helpfully. My name is Jennifer Clary. I am the California Director for Clean Water Action, and I've been working on this program for almost 2 decades now. And we got engaged with this process because we literally couldn't keep up with the number of new communities and residents impacted with nitrate contamination. And so we said, well, let's work on source protection. And we thought at least we could slow down the increase in numbers, but that doesn't seem to have happened. And just so you know, we're team players. I participated in the advisory group that created the Central Valley Irrigated Lands Program from 2008 to 2012, part of the CV Salts program since 2009, and have been working very hard on the interim water supplies as that program worked with our allies in the legislature to fund the 2012 nitrate report, participated in the nitrate tracking and reporting task force in 2013, attended meetings and commented on the first ag expert panel, worked with ag representatives to make changes to the 2018 East San Joaquin order. And I think the one thing I pull from this is we're always asked to wait, and it's starting to think like we're waiting a bit too long. And so we've been more successful in funding nitrate solutions than we have in stopping nitrate pollution. So we think an expert review of the current program is appropriate and timely. So either the program is being followed and it's ineffective, or it's not being followed and it requires more action. And we hope that you can help us with both of those. And we don't see any realistic signal for actually reducing nitrate loading without setting limits. And so getting your feedback on how those could be identified, interim limits could be identified and enforced would be really helpful. And it would also be really helpful to identify verification methods, because there is just not enough staffing to inspect all the farms. You have thousands of operations, and you can do a few dozen inspections each year. So what we don't need is another recommendation to do more education. So thank you very much for your time, and really appreciate your engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Our final commenter today will be Michael Claiborne. Michael, let me just unmute you here.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Claiborne. I'm a directing attorney at Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. And I'd first like to align my comments with the thoughtful presentation by the NGO panel this morning. I thought they provided a lot of useful information. The results of this panel process are absolutely critical for delivering the promise that is the recognition that access to safe and affordable drinking water is a human right for all Californians. And I'm commenting separately to reemphasize what I thought was a really important discussion and point from this morning, which is that economic impacts of setting interim and final limits on nitrogen applications is not within the purview of this expert panel. Expert analysis is likely to be relevant to the state board's implementation of this expert panel's recommendations, but economic impacts are not relevant to the panel's consideration of the charge questions. As Mr. Kane correctly noted this morning, there is no economist on this panel, and that was by design. Certain parties that provided comments on a prior draft of the charge questions requested the inclusion of an agricultural economist on the panel, and in its response to general comments, which I believe the expert panel should have access to, the state board rejected that request for inclusion of an agricultural economist because, quote, this panel is charged with providing recommendations based on science rather than the economic impact of its recommendations. That's on page 14 of the response to comments. The state board will be tasked with considering economic impacts of implementation, but it would be inappropriate for the panel to consider those impacts because they're not within the scope of the panel or the charge questions. And my concern after today's conversation is that the panel could determine that enforceable limits are scientifically supported by the available data and that they're technically feasible, but then determine that they're economically non-viable. That outcome, based on my read of the charge questions and the response to comments, as well as the context and makeup of the panel, would be contrary to the intent of this process and outside of the expertise of this panel. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and I look forward to seeing science-based recommendations from this panel on each of the charge questions. And have a good weekend, everybody.
All right. Thank you very much. Really appreciate everybody commenting. And for those additional individuals that wanted to provide comment, we apologize that we ran out of time. Clearly, there's a lot of interest in the topic, and really look forward to reconnecting with everybody next week on Thursday, the 14th. That meeting will be held at 10 a.m. at the Sacramento State Downtown Campus. Information about the meeting can be found on the State Agricultural Expert Panel website, which I believe everybody has the link for. At this time, right before we wrap up, I want to hand it over to Karen Mogus to deliver closing remarks. Karen.
Well, I'll echo your remark about the clearly lots of interest. Knew I would be, but I'm definitely super impressed with the engagement of the panel so far and your patience in consuming a lot of information in a short amount of time, really quickly. I think Darren was on light speed. You know how you can double the speed on YouTube? That was Darren this morning. So thank you. Again, thank you to the panel for agreeing to be on the panel. I see nobody has left the room yet, so I'll take that as a good sign. I also want to very much thank all of the presenters today and taking the time to put together your presentations, thoughtfully go over the information that you had to present. It was great and really appreciate your participation in today's meeting. I want to thank the regional boards representatives also for both attending as well as providing sort of impromptu comments in the middle. And you'll hear more from them next week. I also want to appreciate all of the commenters and your thoughtful comments today. Even though we didn't get through all of them, we'll have opportunity to hear more. And I was remiss this morning, but want to make sure that I thank the team that put this first meeting together and are working to get the work of the panel done in a really quick manner. And so I just wanted to recognize Annalisa Kihara, Erica Calve, Kelsey Moore, who's back there, Lale, and then I should also recognize Brianna St. Pierre sort of took this ball and ran with it at the very beginning, has since been promoted and is working on the sustainable groundwater management work, but she was also instrumental in getting this moving. So thank you. And I look forward to seeing you all next week. It should be really interesting. We'll dive into the data, get you guys really sink your teeth into more of the technical stuff next week, and should be fun. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. This concludes this meeting. For those joining us online, we'll go ahead and close the meeting out. I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. Take care.
Thank you.